Sacred Books of the East. Donvan. Henry Froude. Oxford University Press Warehouse. 7 Paternoster Row. The Sacred Books of the East. Translated by various Oriental scholars and edited by F. Max Muller. Vol. 8. At Euphora. At Tile Clarendon. Press. 1882. £22 sites reserved. The Bhagwadgita. With the Sanatsugatiya and the Anugita. Translated by Kashinath Trimbak. Telang, M.A. At Ford. At the Clarendon. Press. 1882. £22 REITs reserved. Contents. Bhagwadgita T equals Pat. Introduction. I. Translation. 39. /Sanatsugatiya T equals. Introduction. 135. Translation. 149. Nugita I. Introduction equals. 197. Translation. 229. Inex or Principat Maris. 395. Anskri in D. 439. Transliteration of Oriental alphabets adopted for the translations of the Sacred Books of the East. 443. Bhagwadgita. X. B. Introduction. 2. Bhagwadgita. Aya has become quite a literary commonplace, that, to borrow the words of Professor Max Miller in one of his recent lectures, history, in the ordinary sense of the word, is almost unknown in Indian literature. And it is certainly a remarkable irony of fate, that we should be obliged to make this remark on the very threshold of an introduction to the Bhagwadgita, for according to the eminent French philosopher, cousin, register trademark symbol, this great deficiency in Sanskrit literature is due, in no inconsiderable measure, to the doctrines propounded in the Bhagwadgita itself. But however that may be, this much is certain, that the student of the Bhagwadgita must, for the present, go without that reliable historical information touching the author of the work, the time at which it was composed, and even the place it occupies in literature, which one naturally desires, when entering upon the study of any work, more especially in an attempt like the present, intended as it mainly is for students of the history of religion. I should have been better pleased, if I could, in this introduction, have concentrated to a focus, as it were, only those well ascertained historical results, on which there is something like a consensus of opinion among persons qualified to judge. But there is no exaggeration in saying, that it is almost impossible to lay down even a single proposition respecting any important matter connected with the Bhagwadgita, about which any such consensus can be said to exist. The conclusions arrived at in this introduction must, therefore, be distinctly 1. Ibert Lectures, p. 131. Asterisk Lectures on the History of Modern Philosophy, translated by O. W. White. Volviii, pp. Question 50. At p. 433 seek. Of the second volume, M. W. Consin gives a General view of the doctrine of the Gita. See also Mr. Maurice's and Ritus. Histories of Philosophy. 6. 8. b. 2. Bhagavad-Gita. Understood to embody individual opinions only, and must be taken accordingly for what they are worth. The full name of the work is Bhagavad-Gita. In common parlance, we often abbreviate the name into Gita, and in Sanskrit literature the name occurs in both forms. In the works of Sankaracharya, quotations from the Gita-4 are introduced, sometimes with the words in the Gita-4, or in the Bhagavad-Gita, and sometimes with words which may be rendered in the Gits, the plural form being used. Tn the colophons to the MSS of the work, the form current apparently throughout India, is, in the Upanishads sung Jitas, by the deity Sankaracharya, indeed, sometimes calls it the Isvara Gita, which, I believe, is the specific title of a different work altogether. The signification, however, of the two names is identical, namely, the song sung by the deity, or, as Wilkins translates it, the divine lay. This divine lay forms part of the Bhishma Parvan of the Mahabharata, one of the two well-known national epics of India. The Gita gives its name to a subdivision of the Bhishma Parvan, which is called the Bhagavad-Gita Parvan, and which includes, in addition to the 18 chapters of which the Gita consists, 12 other chapters. Upon this, the question has naturally arisen: is the Gita a genuine portion of the Mahabharata, or is it a later addition? The question is one of considerable difficulty, but I cannot help saying that the manner in which it has been generally dealt with is not altogether satisfactory to my mind. Before going any further into that question, however, it is desirable to state some of the facts on which the decision must be based. It appears, then, that the royal family of Hastinapura was divided into two branches, the one called the Kauravas, and the other the Pandavas. The former wished to keep the latter out of the share of the kingdom claimed by them three, and so, after many attempts at 7x gr. Satraka Bhashya. Ibid. Vol. p. 152. 3c Inter alia Satraka Bhashya, Vol. I. p. 455. Volume 2, p. 687, and Kale. Brooks Essays. Vol. 1, p. 355, Madras. Lassen's edition of the Gita, XXU on 15. Volume 2, p. 840. It is also often cited as a Smriti. Introduction. 3. An amicable arrangement had proved fruitless. It was determined to decide the differences between the two parties by the arbitrament of arms. Each party accordingly collected its adherents, and the hostile armies met on the holy field of Kurukshetra mentioned in the opening lines of our poem. At this juncture, Kaishvadvapayana, alias Vyasa, a relative of both parties and endowed with more than human powers, presents himself before Dhritarashtra, the father of the Kauravas, who is stated to be altogether blind. Vyasa asks Dhritarashtra whether it is his wish to look with his own eyes on the course of the battle, and on Dhritarashtra's expressing his reluctance, Vyasa deputes one Sanatsugatiya to relate to Dhritarashtra all the events of the battle, giving to Sanatsugatiya, by means of his own human powers, all necessary aids for performing the duty. Then the battle begins, and after a 10 days struggle, the first great general of the Kauravas, namely Bhishma, falls. At this point Sanatsugatiya comes up to Dhritarashtra, and announces to him the sad result, which is of course a great blow to his party. Dhritarashtra then makes numerous enquiries of Sanatsugatiya regarding the course of the conflict, all of which Sanatsugatiya duly answers. And among his earliest answers is the account of the conversation between Kirishva and Arjuna at the commencement of the battle, which constitutes the Bhagwadgita. After relating to Dhritarashtra that wonderful and holy dialogue, and after giving an account of what occurred in the intervals of the conversation, Sanatsugatiya proceeds to narrate the actual events of the battle. With this rough outline of the framework of the story before us, we are now in a position to consider the opposing arguments on the point above noted. Mr. Tallboys Wheeler writes on that point as follows: register trademark symbol, but there remains one other anomalous characteristic of the history of the Great War, as it is recorded in the Mahabharata, which cannot. The whole story is given in brief by the late Professor Goldstucker in the Westminster Review, April 1868, p. 39a. See now his literary remains, 2014 Beg. Asterisk History of India, Volume I, p. 293. B2. 4 Bhagwadgita. Be passed over in silence, and that is the extraordinary abruptness and infelicity with which Brahmanical discourses, such as essays on law, on morals, sermons on divine things, and even instruction in the so-called sciences are recklessly grafted upon the main narrative. Kirishva and Arjuna. On the morning of the first day of the war, when both armies are drawn out in battle array, and hostilities are about to begin, enter into a long and philosophical dialogue respecting the various forms of devotion which lead to the emancipation of the soul, and it cannot be denied that, however incongruous and irrelevant such a dialogue must appear on the eve of battle, the discourse of Kvr 7 Shah, whilst acting as the charioteer of Arjuna, contains the essence of the most spiritual phases of Brahmanical teaching, and is expressed in language of such depth and sublimity, that it has become deservedly known as the Bhagwadgita or Divine Song. Indeed, no effort has been spared by the Brahmanical compilers to convert the history of the Great War into a vehicle for Brahmanical teaching, and so skillfully are many of these interpolations interwoven with the story, that it is frequently impossible to narrate the one, without referring to the other. However irrelevant the matter may be to the main subject in hand, it appears to me, I own, very difficult to accept that as a satisfactory argument, amounting, as it does, to no more than this, that interpolations, which must needs be referred to in narrating the main story even to make it intelligible, are nevertheless to be regarded as evidently the product of a Brahmanical age, and presumably also a later age, because, forsooth, they are irrelevant and incongruous according to the tastes and ideas, not of the time, be it remembered, when the main story is supposed to have been written, but of this enlightened 19th century. The support, too, which may be supposed to be derived by this argument from the allegation that there has been an attempt to Brahmanize, so to say, the One History of India, Vol. p. 288, and compare generally upon this point the underscore remarks in Gladstone's Homer, especially Volume 1, p. 70 seek. Introduction, 5. History of the Great War, appears to me to be extremely weak, so far as the GIT4 is concerned. But that is a point which will have to be considered more at large in the sequel. While, however, I am not prepared to admit the cogency of Mr. Wheeler's arguments, I am not, on the other hand, to be understood as holding that the Gita must be accepted as a genuine part of the original Mahabharata. I own that my feeling on the subject is something akin to that of the great historian of Greece regarding the Homeric question, a feeling of painful diffidence regarding the soundness of any conclusion whatever, while it is impossible not to feel serious doubts about the critical condition of the Mahabharata generally, while, indeed, we may be almost certain that the work has been tampered with from time to time, for it is difficult to come to a satisfactory conclusion regarding any particular given section of it. And it must be remembered, also, that the alternatives for us to choose from in these cases are not only these two, that the section in question may be a genuine part of the work, or that it may be a later interpolation, but also this, as suggested recently, though not for the first time, by Mr. Freeman registered trademark symbol, with reference to the Homeric question, that the section may have been in existence at the date of the original epos, and may have been worked by the author of the epos into his own production. For that absence of dread, either of the law or sentiment of copyright, which Mr. Freeman relies upon with regard to a primitive Greek poet, was by no means confined to the Greek people, but may be traced amongst us also. The commentator Madhusidana Sarasvati likens the GIT4 to those dialogues which occur in sundry Vedic works, particularly the Upanishads *possi. Bly, I will not use a stronger word, possibly the Gita may. Tofia, p. 21 seek. To compare the late Professor Goldsteeker's remarks in the Westminster Review for April 1868, p. 389. Contemporary Review, February 1879. Madhustidana mentions the dialogue between Ganekar and Vagnivall as a specific parallel. 6 Bhagavad-Gita. Have existed as such a dialogue before the Mahabharata, and may have been appropriated by the author of the Mahabharata to his own purposes, but yet, upon the whole, having regard to the fact that those ideas of unity on which Mr. Wheeler and others set so much store are scarcely appropriate to our old literature, to the fact that the Gita fits pretty well into the setting given to it in the Bhishma Pavan, to the fact that the feeling of Arguna, which gives occasion to it, is not at all inconsistent, but is most consonant with poetical justice, to the fact that there is not in the Gita, in my judgment, any trace of a sectarian or Brahmanising spirit register trademark symbol, such as Mr. Wheeler and also the late Professor Goldstucker * hold to have animated the arrangers of the Mahabharata, having regard, I say, to all these facts, I am prepared to adhere, I will not say without diffidence, to the theory of the genuineness of the Bhagavad-Gita as a portion of the original Madhvrata. The next point to consider is as to the authorship of the Gita. The popular notion on this subject is pretty well known. The whole of the Madhvrata is, by our traditions, attributed to Vyasa, whom we have already noticed as a relative of the Kauravas and Pandavas, and therefore the Bhagavad-Gita, also, is naturally affiliated to the same author. The earliest written testimony to this authorship that I can trace, is to be found in Sankaracharyas commentary on the Gita itself and on the Bhajadra's Yakopani. Shad register trademark symbol, to a certain extent, the mention of Vyasa in the body of the Gita and would, from a historic standpoint, seem to militate against this tradition. But I have not seen in any of the commentaries to which I have had access, any consideration of this point, as there is of the mention in some. See to this effect M. Furiel, quoted in Grote's Greece, 2, 19s, Cabinet ed. Compare also Weber's History of Indian Literature, English translation. p. 187. The instruction, however, as to the reverence due to the Nisthood the military caste which is there spoken of, appears to me to be entirely absent from the Gita, cp 21 seek, Mfro. *degree Westminster Review, April, 1868, p. 388 seek, and remains, I, 104, tus. *6p, Calcutta ed., Samvat, 1927. Degree p84x, Bibl, Indic, ed., also Svet for Svatara, p. 278. Introduction. 7. Smritis and Sutras of the names of those to whom those Smritis and Sutras are respectively ascribed. We must now leave these preliminary questions, luckily in a state far from satisfactory, and proceed to that most important topic, the date when the Gita was composed, and the position it occupies in Sanskrit literature. We have here to consider the external evidence bearing on these points, which is tantalizingly meager, and the internal evidence, which is, perhaps, somewhat more full. And taking first the internal evidence, the various items falling under that head may be marshaled into 4 groups. Firstly, we have to consider the general character of the Gita with reference to its mode of handling its subject. Secondly, there is the character of its style and language. Thirdly, we have to consider the nature of the versification of the Gita. And fourthly and lastly, we must take note of sundry points of detail, such as the attitude of the Gita towards the Vedas and towards caste, its allusions to other systems of speculation, and other matters of the like nature. On each of these groups, in the order here stated, we now proceed to make a few observations. And first about the manner in which the Gita deals with its subject. It appears to me that the work bears on the face of it very plain marks indicating that it belongs to an age prior to the system-making age of Sanskrit philosophy. In 1875, I wrote as follows upon this point: my view is, that in the Gita and the Upanishads, the philosophical part has not been consistently and fully worked out. We have there the results of free thought, exercised on different subjects of great moment, unfettered by the exigencies of any foregone conclusions, or of any fully developed theory. It is afterwards, it is at a later stage of philosophical progress, that system-making risks. In that stage some thinkers interpret whole works by the light of some particular doctrines or expressions, and the result is the development of a whole multitude of philosophical sects, following the lead of those thinkers, and all professing to draw their 1c. As to this, Colebrook's Essays, Volume I, p. 328, Madras. 8. Bhagavad-Gita. Doctrine from the Gita or the Upanishads, yet each differing remarkably from the other. Since this was written, Professor Max Muller's Hebert lectures have been published, and I am happy to find that as regards the Upanishads, his view coincides exactly with that which I have expressed in the words now quoted. Professor Max Muller says, there is not what may be called a philosophical system in these Upanishads. They are in the true sense of the word guesses at truth, frequently contradicting each other, yet all tending in one direction. Further corroboration for the same view is also forthcoming. Profs. Sorfitz Edward Hall in a passage which I had not noticed before, says in the Upanishads, the Bhagavad-Gita, and other ancient Hindu books, we encounter, in combination, the doctrines which, after having been subjected to modifications that rendered them as wholes irreconcilable, were distinguished, at an uncertain period, into what have for many ages been styled the Esakhya and the Vedanta. We have thus very weighty authority for adhering to the view already expressed on this important topic. But as Professor Weber appears to have expressed an opinion intended perhaps to throw some doubt on the correctness of that view, it is desirable to go a little more into detail to fortify it by actual reference to the contents of the Gita, the more especially as we can thus elucidate the true character of that work. Before doing so, however, it may be pointed out that the proposition we have laid down is 1. The test of which lies more in a comprehensive review of the whole of the Gita, than in the investigation of small details on which there is necessarily much room for difference of opinion. And first, let us compare that indisputably systematized work, the current Yogastitra's registered trademark symbol, with the Bhagavad-Gita on un. See the introductory essay to my Bhagavad, translated into English. Blank verse, p. 17, see also Goldsteaker's Remains, 48,77, ul. 10. 2 317, of. Also p. 338. Registered trademark symbol preface to Esakhya Sura, 7 p. Bible. Indic. ed. History of Indian Literature, p. 28. Registered trademark symbol. Are we to infer from the circumstance mentioned in Weber's History of Introduction, 9. Or 2 topics, where they both travel over common ground. In the Gita, chapter 6, stanzas 33, 34, 71 p., we have Arjuna putting what is, in substance, a question to Krishna, as to how the mind, which is admittedly fickle, boisterous, strong, and obstinate is to be brought under control, such control having been declared by Kafsha to be necessary for attaining devotion, yoga. Krishna answers by saying that the mind may be restrained by practice, abhi and indifference to worldly objects, vairagya. He then goes on to say that devotion cannot be attained without self-restraint, but that one who has self-restraint and works to achieve devotion may succeed in acquiring it. Here the subject drops. There is no further explanation of practice or indifference to worldly objects, no exposition of the mode in which they work, and so forth. Contrast now the Yoga Sutras. The topic is there discussed at the very outset of the work. As usual, the author begins with now therefore the yoga is to be taught. He then explains yoga by the well-known definition: yoga is the restraint of the movements of the mind. And then, after pointing out what the movements of the mind are, he proceeds: their restraint is by means of practice and indifference to worldly objects. The very terms, be it remarked in passing, which are used in the Bhagwadgita. But having come thus far, the author of the Sutras does not drop the subject as the author of the Gita does. He goes on in this wise: practice is the effort for keeping it steady, and that becomes firmly grounded when resorted to for a long time, without interruption, and with correct conduct. So far we have a discussion of the first requisite specified, namely, practice. Pataphigali then goes on to his second requisite for mental restraint. In difference to worldly objects is the consciousness of having subdued desires, and c. Vasakrasaphigia, which belongs to one having no longing for objects visible and those which are heard of from ancestors, and c. such as heaven and so forth. Indian Literature, p. 223, note 235, that the author of these Itras was older than Buddha. Stitra 12, Abhi and Savarajit Khyam Taniroda. 10 Bhagwadgita. He next proceeds to distinguish another and higher species of indifference, and then he goes on to point out the results of that self-restraint which is to be acquired in the mode he has expounded. That is one instance. Now take another. In chapter 6, stanza 10 and following stanzas, the Gita sets forth elaborately the mode of practically achieving the mental abstraction called yoga. It need not be reproduced here. The reader can readily find out how. Sundry directions are there given for the purpose specified, but without any attempt at systematizing. Contrast the Yoga Sutras. In the Esadhanapta, the section treating of the acquisition of yoga, Pataphigali states in the 29th aphorism the well-known sight elements of yoga. Then he subdivides these elements, and expatiates on each of them distinctly, defining them, indicating the mode of acquiring them, and hinting at the results which flow from them. That inordinate love of subdivision, which Dr. F. E. Hall has somewhere attributed to the Hindus, appears plainly in these aphorisms, while there is not a trace of it in the corresponding passage in the Bhagavad-Gita. In my opinion, therefore, these comparisons strongly corroborate the proposition we have laid down regarding the unsystematic, or rather non-systematic, character of the work. In the one we have definition, classification, division, and sub division. In the other we have a set of practical directions, without any attempt to arrange them in any very scientific order. In the one you have a set of technical terms with specific significations. In the other no such precision is yet manifest. In one word, you have in the jita the germs, and noteworthy germs too, of a system, and you have most of the raw material of a system, but you have no system ready-made. Let us look at the matter now from a slightly different point of view. There are sundry words used in the Bhagwadgita, the significations of which are not quite identical. One in the preface to his Sankhya Sara, I think. For this is all that we can infer from the few cases of division and classification which we do meet with in the Jala. A subject like that treated of in this work could not well be discussed without some classifications, and see Introduction 2. Throughout the work, take, for instance, the word yoga, which we have rendered devotion. At Jita, chapter it. Stanza 48, p. 49, a definition is given of that word. In chapter 6, the signification it bears is entirely different. And again in chapter 9, stanza 5, there is still another sense in which the word is used. The word Brahman, too, occurs in widely varying significations, and Onkavit's meanings, indeed, is quite singular, namely, nature, sek. Chapter 14, stanza 3. Similar observations, to a greater or less extent, apply to the words buddhi, atman, and sva. Bhava. Now these are words which stand for ideas not unimportant in the philosophy of the Bhagavad-Gita, and the absence of scientific precision about their use appears to me to be some indication of that non-systematic character of which we have already spoken. There is one other line of argument, which leads, I think, to the same conclusion. There are several passages in the Gita which it is not very easy to reconcile with one another, and no attempt is made to harmonize them. Thus, for example, in stanza 16 of chapter 7, Krishna divides his devotees into 4 classes, one of which consists of men of knowledge whom, Krishna says, he considers as his own self. It would probably be difficult to imagine any expression which could indicate higher esteem. Yet in stanza 46 of chapter 6, we have it laid down, that the devotee is superior not only to the mere performer of penances, but even to the men of knowledge. The commentators betray their Gnostic bias by interpreting men of knowledge in this latter passage to mean those who have acquired erudition in the sastras and their significations. This is not an interpretation to be necessarily rejected, but there is in it a certain twisting of words, which, under the circumstances here, I am not inclined to accept. And on the other hand, it must not be forgotten that the implication fairly deriva ble from chapter 4, stanza 38, pp 62, 63, would seem to one in chapter X. The word occurs in 2 different senses in the same stanza, st 7. Asterisk compare the various passages, references to which are collected in the Sanskrit index at the end of this volume. We 12 Bhagavad-Gita. Penin. Be rather that knowledge is superior to devotion, is the higher stage to be reached by means of devotion as the stepping stone In another passage again at Jita, chapter 12, stanza 12, concentration is preferred to knowledge, which also seems to me to be irreconcilable with chapter 7, stanza 16. Take still another instance. At Jita, chapter V, stanza 15, it is said that the Lord receives the sin or merit of none. Vet at chapter V, stanza 29, and again at chapter 9, stanza 24, Krishna calls himself the Lord and enjoyer of all sacrifices and penances. How, it may well be asked, can the Supreme Being enjoy that which he does not even receive? Once more, at chapter percent, stanza 29, Krishna declares that none is hateful to me, none dear. And yet the remarkable verses at the close of chapter 12 seem to stand in point-blank contradiction to that declaration. There, through a most elaborate series of stanzas, the burden of Krishna's eloquent sermon is such a one is dear to me. And again in those fine verses, where Krishna winds up his divine lay, he similarly tells Arjuna that he, Arjuna, is dear to Krishna. And Krishna also speaks of that devotee as dear to him, who may publish the mystery of the Jita among those who reverence the Supreme Being. And yet again, how are we to reconcile the same passage about none being hateful or dear to Krishna, with his own words at chapter 16, stanza 1 and following stanzas? The language used in describing the demoniac people there mentioned is not remarkable for sweetness towards them, while Krishna says positively, "T hurl down such people into demoniac wombs, whereby they go down into misery and the vilest condition." These persons are scarcely characterized with accuracy as neither hateful nor dear to Krishna. It seems to me that all these are real inconsistencies in the Jita, not such, perhaps, as might not be explained away, but such, I think, as indicate a mind-making guesses at truth, as Professor Max Muller puts it, rather than a mind elaborating a complete one. And see, 2, chapter 7, stanza 17, where the man of knowledge is declared to be dear to Krishna. Introduction 13. An organized system of philosophy. There is not even a trace of consciousness on the part of the author that these inconsistencies exist, and the contexts of the various passages indicate, in my judgment, that a half-truth is struck out here, and another half-truth there, with special reference to the special subject then under discussion, but no attempt is made to organize the various half-truths, which are apparently incompatible, into a symmetrical whole, where the apparent inconsistencies might possibly vanish altogether in the higher synthesis. And having regard to these various points, and to the further point, that the sequence of ideas throughout the verses of the Gita is not always easily followed, we are, I think, safe in adhering to the opinion expressed above, that the Jita is a non-systematic work, and in that respect belongs to the same class as the older Upanishads. We next come to the consideration of the style and language of the Bhagavad-Gita. And that, I think, furnishes a strong argument for the proposition that it belongs to an age considerably prior to the epoch of the artificial department of Sanskrit literature, the epoch, namely, of the dramas and poems. In its general character, the style impresses me as quite archaic in its simplicity. Compounds, properly so called, are not numerous, such as there are not long ones, and very rarely, if ever, present any puzzle. In analyzing the contrast there presented with what is called the classical literature, as represented by Banner or Dasdin, or even Kalidasa, is not a little striking. In Kalidasa, doubtless, the love for compounds is pretty well subdued, though I think his works have a perceptibly larger proportion of them than the Gita. But after Kalidasa the love for compounds goes through a remarkable development, till in later writings it may be said almost to have gone mad. Even in Banner and Dasdin, Subandhu and Bhagwadgita, the plethora of compounds is often wearisome. And the same remark applies to many of the copper plate and other inscriptions which have been recently deciphered, and some of which date from the early CCN 14 Bhagavad-Gita Turis of the Christian era. Take again the exuberance of figures and tropes which is so marked in the classical style. There is little or nothing of that in the Gita, where you have a plain and direct style of natural simplicity, and yet a style not by any means devoid of aesthetic merit. Like the style of the Svitra literature, there is also an almost complete absence of involved syntactical constructions, no attempt to secure that jingle of like sounds, which seems to have proved a temptation too strong even for Kalidasa's muse entirely to resist. But on the contrary, we have those repetitions of words and phrases, which are characteristic, and not only in Sanskrit, of the style of an archaic period, adverting specially to the language. As distinguished from the style of the Gita, we find such words as Anta, Ksha, Brahman, some of which are collected in the Sanskrit index in this volume, which have gone out of use in the classical literature in the significations they respectively bear in the Gita. The word ha, which occurs once, is worthy of special note. It is the equivalent of ga, which occurs in the Vedic Samhitas. In the form ha it occurs in the Brahmanas. But it never occurs, I think, in what is properly called the classical literature. It is, indeed, found in the Purdmas. But that is a class of works which occupies a very unique position. There is a good deal in the Pauravas that, I think, must be admitted to be very ancient, while undoubtedly also there is a great deal in them that is very modern. It is, therefore, impossible to treat the use of ha in that class of works as negativing an inference of the antiquity of any book where the word occurs, while its use in Vedic works and its total absence from modern works indicate such antiquity pretty strongly. We may, therefore, embody the result of this part of the discussion in the proposition that I compare your songs and texts, vol 1 p.5c, 2, gold stickers remains. Plus 177. This opinion, which I had expressed as long ago as 1844 in the introduction to my edition of Bhata Hans Satakers, 1s, I find, also held by Dr. Buller. See his introduction to Apastamba in this series, PXX Seek, Note Puranas are mentioned in the Suttanipata, p. 115, as to the date of which see inter alia. Swami's introduction, p. 17. Introduction. 15. The jita is removed by a considerable linguistic and chronological distance from classical Sanskrit literature. And, so far as it goes, this proposition agrees with the result of our investigation of the first branch of internal evidence. The next branch of that evidence brings us to the character of the versification of the jita. Here, again, a survey of Sanskrit verse generally, and the verse of the Git4 in particular, leads us to a conclusion regarding the position of the jita in Sanskrit literature, which is in strict accord with the conclusions we have already drawn. In the verse of the Vedic Samhitas, there is almost nothing like a rigidly fixed scheme of versification. No particular collocation of long and short syllables is absolutely necessary. If we attempt to chant them in the mode in which classical Sanskrit verse is chanted, we invariably come across lines where the chanting cannot be smooth. If we come next to the versification of the Upanishads, we observe some progress made towards such fixity of scheme as we have alluded to above. Though there are still numerous lines which cannot be smoothly chanted, there are, on the other hand, a not altogether inconsiderable number which can be smoothly chanted. In the Bhagavad-Gita a still further advance, though a slight one, may, I think, be marked. A visibly larger proportion of the stanzas in the jita conform to the metrical schemes as laid down by the writers on prosody, though there are still sundry verses which do not so conform, and cannot, accordingly, be chanted in the regular way. Lastly, we come to the kavyas and nusentakas, the classical literature. And here in practice we find everywhere a most inflexible rigidity of scheme, while the theory is laid down in a rule which says that even M4 may be changed to masha, but a break of meter should be avoided. This survey of Sanskrit verse may, I think, be fairly treated as showing that adhesion to the metrical schemes is one test of the chronological position of a work. The later the work, the more undeviating is such adhesion. I need not stay here to point out how this view receives corroboration from the rules given on this subject in the standard work 16 Bhagavad-Gita of Pugala on the K/Andas Sastra. I will only conclude this point by saying that the argument from the versification of the Gita, so far as it goes, indicates its position as being prior to the classical literature, and nearly contemporaneous with the Upanishad literature. We now proceed to investigate the last group of facts, falling under the head of internal evidence, as mentioned above. And first as regards the attitude of the jita towards the Vedas. If we examine all the passages in the Gita, in which reference is made to the Vedas, the aggregate result appears to be that the author of the jita does not throw the Vedas entirely overboard. He feels and expresses reverence for them, only that reverence is of a somewhat special character. He says in effect, that the precepts of the Vedas are suitable to a certain class of people, of a certain intellectual and spiritual status, so to say. So far, their authority is unimpeached. But if the unwise sticklers for the authority of the Vedas claim anything more for them than this, then the author of the jita holds them to be wrong. He contends, on the contrary, that acting upon the ordinances of the Vedas is an obstacle to the attainment of the summum bonum. Compare this with the doctrine of the Upanishads. The coincidence appears to me to be most noteworthy. In one of his recent lectures, Professor Max Muller uses the following eloquent language regarding the Upanishads: lastly come the Upanishads. And what is their object? To show the utter uselessness, nay, the mischievousness of all ritual performances. Compare our Gita, pp. 47, 48, 84 degrees, to condemn every sacrificial act which has for its motive a desire or hope of reward. Comp. Gita, p. 119*, to deny, if not the existence, at least the exceptional and exalted character of the devas. Comp. Gita, pp. 76-84 degree, and to teach that there is no hope of salvation and deliverance except by the individual self recognizing the true and universal self, and finding rest there, where alone rest can be found. Comp. Our Gita translation, pp. 78-83. Compare the passages collected under the word Vedas in our index. Hibbert Lectures, p. 340 Seek. Degree UT, 42-45, 9, 20, R. XVU, 12, 9 VIL, 21-23, 9, 23-24, VIL, 14-16, 9, 29-33. Introduction, 17. The passages to which I have given references in brackets will show that Professor Max Muller's words might all be used with strict accuracy regarding the essential teaching of the Bhagavad-Gita. We have here, therefore, another strong circumstance in favor of grouping the Gita with the Upanishads. One more point is worthy of note. Wherever the Gita refers to the Vedas in the somewhat disparaging manner I have noted, no distinction is taken between the portion which relates to the ritual and the portion which relates to that higher science, viz. the science of the soul, which Sanat speaks of in his famous dialogue with Narada. At Gita, chapter 2, stanza 45. Arjuna is told that the Vedas relate only to the effects of the three qualities, which effects Arjuna is instructed to overcome. At Gita, chapter 6, stanza 44, Arjuna is told that he who has acquired some little devotion, and then exerts himself for further progress, rises above the divine word, the Vedas. And there are also one or two other passages of the like nature. They all treat the Vedas as concerned with ritual alone. They make no reference to any portion of the Vedas dealing with the higher knowledge. If the word Vedanta, at Gita, chapter 15, stanza 15, p. 113, signifies, as it seems to signify, this latter portion of the Vedas, then that is the only allusion to it. But, from all the passages in the Gita which refer to the Vedas, I am inclined to draw the inference that the Upanishads of the Vedas were composed at a time not far removed from the time of the composition of the Gita, and that at that period the Upanishads had not yet risen to the position of high importance, which they afterwards commanded. In the passage referred to at chapter 15, the word Vedantas probably signifies the Arasikas, which may be regarded as marking the beginning of the epoch, which the composition of the Upanishads brought to its close. And it is to the close of this epoch that I would assign the birth of the Jata, which is 1 C. Khandogya Upanishad, p. 473, or rather I ought to have referred to the Mundaka Upanishad, where the superiority and inferiority is more distinctly stated in words, pp. 266, 267. 8. C. 18 Bhagavad-Gita. Probably one of the youngest members of the group to which it belongs. It appears to me that this conclusion is corroborated by the fact that a few stanzas in the Gita are identical with some stanzas in some of the Upanishads. With regard to the epic age of Greece, Mr. E. A. Freeman has said that in carrying ourselves back to that age, we must cast aside all the notions with which we are familiar in our own age about property, legal or moral, in literary compositions. It is plain that there were phrases, epithets, whole lines, which were the common property of the whole epic school of poetry. It appears to me that we must accept this proposition as equally applicable to the early days of Sanskrit literature, having regard to the common passages which we meet with in sundry of the Vedic works, and also sometimes, I believe, in the different Puranas. If this view is correct, then the fact that the Jata contains some stanzas in the very words which we meet with in some of the Upanishads indicates, to my mind, that the conclusion already drawn from other data about the position of the Jata with regard to the Upanishads is not by any means unwarranted, but one to which the facts before us rather seem to point. And here we may proceed to draw attention to another fact connected with the relation of the Jata to the Vedas. In stanza 17 of the 9th chapter of the Jata, only Ris, Saman, and Yagas are mentioned. The Atharva Veda is not referred to at all. This omission does certainly seem a very noteworthy one, for it is in a passage where the Supreme Being is identifying himself with everything, and where, therefore, the fourth Veda might fairly be expected to be mentioned. I may add that in commenting on Sanka Rakarya's remarks on this passage, Anandajayari and Madhu Stidana Sarasvati also seems evidently to have been conscious of the possible force of this omission of the Atharva Veda. He accordingly says that by force of the word and in the verse in question, the Atharvanjarasas, or Atharva Veda, must Contemporary Review, February 1879. Introduction, 19. Also be included. Are we at liberty to infer from this that the Atharva Veda did not exist in the days when the Jata was composed? The explanation ordinarily given for the omission of that Veda, where such omission occurs, namely, that it is not of any use in ordinary sacrificial matters, is one which can scarcely have any force in the present instance, though it is adequate, perhaps, to explain the words those who know the three branches of knowledge, which occur only a few lines after the verse now under consideration. The commentators render no further help than has been already stated. Upon the whole, however, while I am not yet quite prepared to say that the priority of the Jata, even to the recognition of the Atharva Veda as a real Veda may be fairly inferred from the passage in question. I think that the passage is noteworthy as pointing in that direction, but further data in explanation of the omission referred to must be awaited. If the conclusions here indicated about the relative positions of the Jata and certain Vedic works are correct, we can fairly take the 2nd century BC as a terminus before which the Git and must have been composed. For the Upanishads are mentioned in the Mahabharata of Pattarthagali, which we are probably safe in assigning to the middle of that century, the epoch of the older Upanishads, therefore, to which reference has been so frequently made here, may well be placed at some period prior to the beginning of the 2nd century BC. The Atharva Veda is likewise mentioned by Pattarthagali, and as ninefold too, be it remem. But, so that if we are entitled to draw the conclusion which has been mentioned above from chapter 9, stanza 17, we come to the same period for the date of the Jata. Another point to note in this connection is the reference to the Samaveda as the best of the Vedas, cp 88. That is a fact which seems to be capable of yielding some chronological information for the estimation in which that Veda has been held appears to have varied at different times. Thus, in the Aitariya Brahmasa, the glory SCE also Suttanipata, p. 115 2 Hawkes edition, p. 68. c2. 20 Bhagavad-Gita of the Soman is declared to be higher than that of the As. In the Khandogya Upanishad, the Soman is said to be the essence of the Rik, which Sankara interprets by saying that the Soman is more weighty. In the Prasna Upanishad register trademark symbol 2, the implication of the passage v5, in which the Soman is stated as the guide to the Brahmalika, while the Yagas is said to guide to the lunar world, and the Aryan to the human world, is to the same effect. And we may also mention as on the same side than Risimhatapini Shad and the Vedic passage cited in the commentary of Sankara on the closing sentence of the first Keda of that Upanishad *. On the other side, we have the statement in Manu that the sound of the Samaveda is unholy, and the consequent direction that where the sound of it is heard, the Atanyagas should not be recited. We have also the passages from some of the Purdvas noted by Dr. Muir in his excellent work, Original Sanskrit Texts, which point in the same direction. And we have further the direction in the Apastamba Dharmastra, that the Soman hymns should not be recited where the other Vedas are being recited degree, as well as the grouping of the sound of the Soman with various classes of objectionable and unholy noises, such as those of dogs and asses. It is pretty evident that the view of Apastamba is based on the same theory as that of Manu. Now in looking at the two classes of ortho retics thus marshalled, it is plain that the Jata ranges itself with those which are unquestionably the more ancient, and among the less ancient works, prior to which we may place the Jata on account of the facts now under consideration, are Manu and Apastamba. Now Manv's date is not ascertained, though, I believe, he is now generally considered to belong to about the 2nd or 3rd century B.C. 7 but Ind. ed. p. 12. 4 Bible. Ind. ed. p. 22% seek. 3 Bibl. Ind. Ed. P. or. Asterisk chapter 4, stanzas 123, 124. Register trademark symbol volviii, and ed. P. Seek. Cf. Goldsteekers remains, I. 4, 28, 266, 11, 67. Register trademark symbol apostamba, thrillers ed. I. 317, 18, pp 38, 39 in this series, see further on. This point Mr. Burnell's Devati Idya Brahmana, Introd, pp. 8, 9, and notes. 7 Professor Tile, History of Ancient Religions, p. 127, considers the main features of many to be pre-Buddhistic. Introduction. R. Dr. Buller, in the preface to his Apostamba in the present series, has adduced good reasons for holding that Apostamba is prior to the 3rd century B.C.1, and we therefore obtain that as a point of time prior to which the Gita must have been composed. The next important item of internal evidence which we have to note, is the view taken of caste in the Bhagavad Gita. Here, again, a comparison of the doctrine of the Gita with the conception of caste in Manu and Apostamba is interesting and instructive. The view of Manu has been already contrasted by me with the Gita in another place. I do not propose to dwell on that point here, as the date of Manu is far from being satisfactorily ascertained. I prefer now to take up Apostamba only, whose date, as just now stated, is fairly well fixed by Dr. Buller. The division of castes, then, is twice referred to in the Bhagavad Gita. In the first passage, p. 59, it is stated that the division rests on differences of qualities and duties. In the second, pp. 126, 127. The various duties are distinctly stated according to the differences of qualities. Now in the first place, noting as we pass along, that there is nothing in the Gita to indicate whether caste was hereditary, according to its view, whereas Apostamba distinctly states it to be such, let us compare the second passage of the Gita with the sutras of Apostamba bearing on the point. The view enunciated in the Gita-4 appears to me plainly to belong to an earlier age, to an age of considerably less advancement in social and religious development. In the Gita-4, for instance, the duties of a Brahmava are said to be tranquility, self-restraint, and so forth. In Apostamba, they are the famous 6 duties, namely, study, imparting instruction, sacrificing, officiating at others' sacrifices, making gifts, and receiving gifts, and 3 others, namely, inheritance, occupancy, and gleaning ears of corn, which, it may be remarked en passant, are not stated in Manu. The former seem to my mind to point P.T. Zaxv. To see the introductory essay to my Bhagavad Gita in English verse. Published. M. 1875, P. Excel. 22 Bhagavad Gita. To the age when the qualities which in early times gave the Brahmavas their preeminence in Hindu society were still a living reality, it will be noted, too, that there is nothing in that list of duties which has any necessary or natural connection with any privilege as belonging to the caste. The law lays down these duties, in the true sense of the word. In Apostamba, on the contrary, we see an advance towards the later view on both points. You have no reference to moral and religious qualities now. You have to do with ceremonies and acts. You have under the head duties, not mere obligations, but rights. For the duty of one giving gifts is a right, and so is the duty of teaching others and officiating at others' sacrifices, as we know not merely from the subsequent course of events, but also from a comparison of the duties of Brahmanas on the one hand, and Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Zdras on the other, as laid down by Manu and Apastamba themselves. Apastamba's rules, therefore, appear to belong to the time when the Brahmanas had long been an established power, and were assuming to themselves those valuable privileges which they have always claimed in later times. The rules of the Jata, on the other hand, point to a time considerably prior to this, to a time when the Brahmanas were by their moral and intellectual qualities laying the foundation of that pre-eminence in Hindu society which afterwards enabled them to lord it over all castes. These observations mutatis mutandis apply to the rules regarding the other castes also. Here again, while the Jata still insists on the inner qualities, which properly constitute the military profession. For instance, the rules of Apastamba indicate the powerful influence of the Brahmavas *. For, as stated before, officiating at others' sacrifices, instructing others, and receiving presents, are here expressly prohibited to Kshatriyas as also to Vaishyas. The result of that is, that the Brahmanas become indispensable to the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas, for the remarks in the text will show how little there is in the Git4 of that Brahmanising which has been shortly noticed on a previous page. As to the Kshatriyas, the contrast with Manv's rules is even stronger than with Apastamba's. See our introduction to the Jata in English verse, Pkziti. Ra. Introduction, 23. Upon both the duty of study, of offering sacrifices, and making gifts and presents is inculcated. In his outline of The History of Ancient Religions, Professor Tile, speaking of the increasing influence of the Brahmins, writes as follows: subject at first to the princes and nobles, and dependent on them, they began by insinuating themselves into their favor, and representing it as a religious duty to show protection and liberality towards them. While they endeavored to make themselves indispensable to them, gradually acquired the sole right to conduct public worship, and made themselves masters of instruction 1. And after pointing out the high position thus achieved by the Brahmins, and the low position of the Kandalas and others of the inferior castes, he adds, such a position could not long be endured, and this serves to explain not only the rise of Buddhism, but also its rapid diffusion, and the radical revolution which it brought about. To proceed, however, with our comparison of the Jata and Apastamba, the superiority distinctly claimed by the latter, for the Brahmasa is not quite clearly brought out in the Jata. Holy Brahmavas and devoted royal saints are bracketed together at p86, while the Kshatriyas are declared to have been the channel of communication between the deity and mankind as regards the great doctrine of devotion propounded by the Bhagavad-Gita. That indicates a position for the Kshatriyas much more like what the Upanishads disclose degree, than even that which Apastamba assigns to them. The fact is further noteworthy that in the Jata each caste has its own entirely distinct set of duties. There is no overlapping, so to say. And that is a circumstance indicating a very early stage in the development of the institution. Besides, as already indicated, 1 PM 120, 2 PP 129, 130, 5 CP 58 infra, and compare with this Weber's remarks on one of the classes into which he divides the whole body of Upanishads, History of Indian Literature, p. 165. SCE also Muir, Sanskrit Texts, Vol I, p. 508, Max Muller. Upanishads, Volume I, p. 9 xv. 4 compare. Suttanipata, p. 32, and also Mr. David's note on that passage in his Buddhism, p. 131. 24 Bhagavad-Gita. The duties laid down by Apastamba and Manu as common to Kshatriyas and Vaishyas are the very duties which make those castes dependent to a very great extent on the Brahmasas. Lastly, it is not altogether unworthy of note that in the elaborate specification of the best of every species, which we find in Chapter X, the Brahmasa is not mentioned as the best of the castes. There is nothing to indicate the notion contained in the well-known later verse, the Brahmava is the head of the castes. On the contrary, the ruler of men is specified as the highest among men, indicating, perhaps, a state of society such as that described at the beginning of the extract from Professor Tile's work, quoted above. We come now to another point. What is the position of the Jait in regard to the great reform of Sikyamuni? The question is one of much interest, having regard particularly to the remarkable coincidences between Buddhistic doctrines and the doctrines of the Jata to which we have drawn attention in the footnotes to our translation. But the materials for deciding the question are unhappily not forthcoming. Professor Wilson, Indict, thought that there was an allusion to Buddhism in the Jata**, but his idea was based on a confusion between the Buddhists and the Karvakas or materialists' register trademark symbol. Failing that allusion, we have nothing very tangible but the unsatisfactory negative argument based on mere non-mention of Buddhism in the Jata. That argument is not quite satisfactory to my own mind, although, as I have elsewhere pointed out *, some of the ground occupied by the Gita and is common to it with Buddhism, and although various previous thinkers are alluded to directly or indirectly in the Jata, there is, however, one view of the facts of this question, which appears to me to corroborate the conclusion deducible by means of the negative argument here referred to. The *89p infra. Essays on Sanskrit Literature, Volume 2, p. 150. Register trademark symbol. See our remarks on this point in the Introductorium say to our Gita in verse, pp 11 seek. Introduction to Gil in English verse, pv seek. Cy. Introduction. 25. Main points on which Buddha's protest against Brahmanism rests seem to be the true authority of the Vedas and the review of the differences of caste. On most points of doctrinal speculation, Buddhism is still but one aspect of the older Brahmanism. The various coincidences to which we have drawn attention show that, if there is need to show it. Well now, on both these points, the Jita, while it does not go the whole length which Buddha goes, itself embodies a protest against the views current about the time of its composition. The Jita does not, like Buddhism, absolutely reject the Vedas, but it shelves them. The Jita does not totally root out caste. It places caste on a less untenable basis. One of two hypotheses therefore presents itself as a rational theory. Of these facts, either the Jita and Buddhism were like the outward manifestation of one and the same spiritual upheaval which shook to its center the current religion, the Jita being the Kaliya and less thoroughgoing form of it, or Buddhism having already begun to tell on Brahmanism. The Jita was an attempt to bolster it up, so to say, at its least weak points, the weaker onks being altogether abandoned. I do not accept the latter alternative, because I cannot see any indication in the Jita of an attempt to compromise with a powerful attack on the old Hindu system, while the fact that, though strictly orthodox, the author of the Jita still undermines the authority, as UN wisely venerated, of the Vedic revelation, and the further fact that in doing this, he is doing what others also had done before him or about his time, go, in my opinion, a considerable way towards fortifying the results of the negative argument already set forth. To me, Buddhism is perfectly intelligible as one outcome of that play of thought on high spiritual topics, which in its other, and as we may say, less thoroughgoing manifestations, we see in the Upanishads and the Jita, but assume that Buddhism was. Ch. Max Muller's Ebert Lectures, p. 137, Weber's Indian Literature, pp. 28%, 289, and Mr. Rhys David's excellent little volume on Buddhism, p. 151-3. And see also p. 83 of Mr. Tavid's book. 2 C.F. Weber's History of Indian Literature, p. 285, in Me David's Buddhism. 94, we have a noteworthy extract from a standard Buddhistic work, touching 26 Bhagavad-Gita. A protest against Brahmanism prior to its purification and elevation by the theosophy of the Upanishads, and those remarkable productions of ancient Indian thought become difficult to account for. Let us compare our small modern events with those grand old occurrences. Suppose our ancestors to have been attached to the ceremonial law of the Vedas, as we are now attached to a lifeless ritualism. The Upanishads and the Jita might be, in a way, able to movements like that of the late Raja Rammohan Roy, standing, as far as possible, on the antique ways. They attempt, as Raja Rammohan attempted in these latter days, to bring into prominence and to elaborate the higher and nobler aspects of the old beliefs. Buddhism would be comparable to the further departure from old traditions which was led by Babu Keshub Chandra Sen. The points of dissent in the olden times were pretty nearly the same as the points of dissent now. The ultimate motive power also was in both cases identical, a sense of dissatisfaction in its integrity with what had come down from old times encrusted with the corruptions of years. In this view, the old system, the philosophy of the Upanishads and the Jita, and the philosophy of Buddha, constitute a regular intelligible progression. But suppose the turn events took was different, as is supposed by the alternative theory indicated above. Suppose Babu Keshav's movement was chronologically prior, and had begun to tell on orthodox Sanatsugatiya. Is it likely that then one of the orthodox party would take up the position which Ram Mohan Roy took? Would he still rely on old authorities, but with sundry qualifications, and yet honestly assail the current forms of orthodoxy? I do not think so. I think the true view to be, as already stated, very different. The Upanishads, with the Gita, and the precepts of Buddha, the existence of the soul. Compare them with the corresponding doctrine in the Gita. It will be found that the two are at one in rejecting the identity of the soul with the senses and see. The Gita then goes on to admit a soul separate from these. Buddhism rejects that also, and sees nothing but the senses. Introduction 27. Appear to me to be the successive embodiments of the spiritual thought of the age, as it became more and more dissatisfied with the system of mere ceremonial then dominant. There are several other points of much interest in the Bhagavad-Gita, such as the reference to the Sankhya and Yoga, the place assigned to the Margasirsha month, the allusion to the doctrines of materialism, the nearly entire coincidence between a stanza of the Gita and one in the Manusmriti. But in the present state of our knowledge, I do not think that we can extract any historical results from any of them, without dwelling on them any further too. Therefore, I will only state it as my opinion, that the Sankhya and Yoga of the Gita are not identical with the systems known to us under those names, and that the Manusmriti has probably borrowed from the Gita the stanza common to the two works. We now proceed to a discussion of some of the external evidence touching the age of the Bhagavad-Gita. It is, of course, unnecessary to consider any evidence of a date later than the 6th century AC, that being the date generally received, though not on very strong grounds, as the date of Sankaracharya, the celebrated commentator of the Gita *. The period prior to that limit. The first testimony to consider is that of Bhagavad, the author of the Kadambari. The date of Bhava is now fairly well settled as the middle of the 7th century AC. The doubt which the late Dr. Baudaji had cast upon its correctness * by impugning the received date of King Harshavardhana, appears to me to have been satisfactorily disposed of by the paper of the word Brahmana Ayana, which occurs so often at the close of chapter V, and also at chapter IT, 7z, seems to me to indicate that Nirvasa had not yet come technically pinned down, so to say, to the meaning which Buddhism subsequently gave Loit, the name of what it deemed the Samyam Bonam. Nirvana by itself occurs at 6:15. 7. See some further remarks on these points in my introduction to the Gita. In verse 3, Professor Tile, History of Ancient Religions, p. 140, says Sankara was born in 788 A.D.3 on the authority, I presume, of the Ayurvedic Sudkara, p. 226. Jaumal of the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 7, p. 250. And c. 2, Indian Antiquary, Volume 6, p. 61, Dr. Bula. 28 Bhagavad-Gita. My friend Professor R.G. Bhandaka on the Chalukya dates. In the Kadambari, then, we have testimony to the existence of the Bhagavad-Gita in the middle of the 7th century AC. For in that work, which, as is well known, abounds with equivoques, we have a passage which compares the royal palace to the Mahabharata, both being Anantajitecasana Nanditanaram *, which, as applied to the royal palace, means in which the people were delighted by hearing innumerable songs, and as applied to the Mahabharata means in which Arjuna was delighted at hearing the Anantagit. Anantagit is evidently only another name here for Bhagavad-Gita. The conclusion deducible from this fact is not merely that the Gita existed, but that it existed as a recognized portion of the Bharata, in the 7th century AC. Now the Kadambat shows, in numerous passages, in what high esteem the Mahabharata was held in its days. The Kusen Vilasavati used to attend at those readings and expositions of the Mahabharata, which have continued down to our own times, and it was even then regarded as a sacred work of extremely high authority, in the same way as it is now. It follows, therefore, that the Gita and must have been several centuries old in the time of Bhaksabhafa. Prior in time to Beza is the Indian Shakespeare, Kali Dasa, as he is referred to in Basaborsta's Harshakarita *, and also in a copperplate inscription of the early part of the 7th century, as a Poct who had then already AC acquired a high reputation *. Unfortunately, it is not yet possible to fix exactly the date at which Kalidasa flourished. Still, I think, we have pretty satisfactory evidence to show that the middle of the 5th century AC is the very latest date to which he can be referred, in a small tract, written by me in 1873, discussing Professor Weber's theory about the Ramayavasa. I have pointed out registered trademark symbol that the Parfif Hashatantra, one journal of the Bombay branch of the Royal Asiatic Society, Volume 14, p. 16 Sikh 2 pp. 182, Tiranathas ed. 3 cf. I. Halls Vasavadatta, p. 14 note 4 see Indian Antiquary, Volume V, p. 70. 5 and was the Ramayana copied from Ifama. CPP 3659. Of Introduction 29. Quotes from Kalidasa, a passage which there is good reason to believe formed part of the Pafisatantra when it was translated for King Nashirvan of Persia about the beginning of the 6th century AC, allowing for the time required to raise Kalidasa to the position of being cited as an authority, and for the time required for the spread of the fame of an Indian work to Persia in those early days. I think that the middle of the 5th century is a date to which Kalidasa cannot well have been subsequent. Now in the works of Kalidasa we have some very remarkable allusions to the Bhagavad-Gita. It is not necessary to go through all these allusions. I will only mention the most remarkable, one from the Raghuvamsa, and one from the Kumarazamava. In Raghu, Canto X, stanza 67, the gods addressing Vishnu say, "There is nothing for you to acquire which has not been acquired. The one motive in your birth and work is the good of the worlds." The first sentence here reminds one at once of Gita, chapter 3, stanza 22, the coincidence with which in sense as well as expression is very striking. The second sentence contains the words birth and work. the precise words employed at Jita 4:9, and the idea of good of the worlds is identical with the idka expiest in Jita 3:20-24, the words only in which it is clothed being different. Couple this passage with the one from Kuma Rosamava, Canto 6, 67, where the 7 Ashas say to the Himalaya mountain, well hast thou been called Vishvu in a firmly fixed form. The allusion there to the Rita, chapter X, stanza 25, p. 89, is, I venture to think, unmistakable. The word firmly fixed is identical in both passages, the idea is identical, and Malinatha refers to the passage in the Gita as the authority which Kalidasa had in view. It follows, therefore, that the Jita must be prior to Kalid and Saz time. It may be added, that Kali Dasa in his Ragu 15:67, cites Manu as an authority. 1 cf. Colabrooks says, Volume 5, p. 166 seek. It may be remarked that this argument is not affected by the attempt to distinguish the Kalidasa of the Sakuntale Fom the Kalidasa of the Raghuvamsa, because the work cited in the Pathatantra 1 the Come 4 Rosamava, which indisputably belongs to the same author as the Raghuvamsa. 30 Bhagavad-Gita. For the proposition that a king must protect all castes and all orders or asramas. Manu, therefore, must have lived considerably earlier than K4 Lidsa, and the Jita as we have already argued, must be considerably earlier, not only than Manu, but also than his predecessor Apastamba. The Jita may, therefore, be safely said to belong to a period several centuries prior to the 5th century AC. The next piece of external evidence is furnished by the Vedanta Stitras of Baidarawa. In several of those Sitras, references are made to certain smritis as authorities for the propositions laid down. Take, for instance, I2:6, or I3:23, and many others. Now 3 of these Sitras are very useful for our present purpose. The first we have to consider is Sitra 2:3:45. The commentators Sankaracharya, Ramanuja, Madhva, and Vallabha are unanimous in understanding the passage in Jita, chapter 15, stanza 7, p. 112, to be the one there referred to by the words of the Sitra, which are, and it is said in a Smriti. Now a glance at the context of the Sitra will, I think, satisfy us that the commentators, who are unanimous though representing different and even conflicting schools of thought, are also quite right. Sitra 43, in the elliptical language characteristic of that branch of our literature, says, apart from the statement of difference, and the reverse also, some lay down that it is a fisherman or a cheat. Sitra 44 runs thus, and also from the words of the mantra. And then comes Sitra 45 as set out above. It is plain that the Strano 45 indicates an authority for something not specified, being regarded as part of some other thing also not specified. Now the discussion in previous Sitras has been about the soul, so we can have little difficulty in accepting the unanimous interpretation of the commentators, that the proposition here sought to be made out is that the individual soul is part of the Supreme Soul, which is the proposee tilde laid down in the Jita in the passage referred to. The I am indebted to Professor M. Kunt for a loan of Vallabhadaria's commentary on the Sfitras noted in the text. I had not seen it in 1875, when T last discussed this question. Introduction, 31. Next Sitra to refer to is 4:110. I shall not set forth the other relevant sutras here as in the preceding case. I only state that the three commentators, Sankara, are for Manuga, and Madhva, agree that the Jita is here referred to, namely, chapter 6, stanza 11 seek. Vallabha, however, I am bound to add, does not agree with this, as he interprets the Sfitra in question and those which precede and follow as referring to an entirely different matter. If I may be permitted to say so, however, I consider his interpretation not so satisfactory as that of the three other and older commentators. Lastly, we come to Sfitra 4:2-19. On this, again, all the four commentators are unanimous, and they say that Jita, chapter 8, stanza 24 seek. P80, is the authority referred to. And I think there can be very little doubt that they are right. These various pieces of evidence render it, I think, historically certain, that the Jita must be considerably prior to the Vedantas and that the word Brahmasutras, which occurs at Gita, chapter 13, stanza 4, p. 102, is correctly interpreted by the commentators as not referring to the Vedanta Stitras, which are also called Brahmastitras, but to a different subject altogether. When were the Vedanta Sitras composed? The question must at once be admitted to be a difficult one, but I think the following considerations will show that the date of those Sfitras must, at the latest, be considerably earlier than the period which we have already reached in this part of our investigation. We may take it as fairly well settled, that Bas/Akumi Arala, the celebrated commentator of the Pavamamamsa school, flourished not later than the end of the 7th century. A.C. A considerable time prior to him must be placed the great commentator on the Mimems 4 Sitras, namely Sabarasvaiman, if we may judge from the style of his great commentary, he cannot have flourished much later than Patafigale, who may now be taken as historically proved to 1. Compare Weber's Indian Literature, p. 242. See also Lassen's preface to his edition of Schlegel's Jita, XXXV. Ramnuga takes the other view. C. Burnell's Stmavihana Brahmana, Insiodiction. p. 6 note 32. Bhagavad Gita have flourished about 140 BC. Now a considerable time must have intervened between Sabarasvaiman and another commentator on the Pavamamamsa, whom Sabara quotes with the highly honorific title Bhagavan, the Venerable, namely, Upavarsha. Upavarsha appears from Sankara's statement to have commented on the Vedanta Stitra's register trademark symbol. We have thus a long catena of works from the 7th century AC, indicating a pretty high antiquity for the Vedanta Sitras, and therefore a higher one for the Bhagavad Gita. The antiquity of the Vedantastras follows also from the circumstance which we have on the testimony of Ramanuja, repeated by Madhavacarya, that a common Terry on the Sutras was written by Board for Unofficial a register trademark symbol, which commentary Ramanuja says he followed. Board Yana's date is not accurately settled, but he appears to be older than Apastamba, whose date, as suggested by Dr. Buller, has already been mentioned. The Vedantastras, then, would appear to be at least as old as the 4th century BC, if the information we have from Ramanuja may be trusted. A third argument may be mentioned, bearing on the date of the Vedanta-sutras. In Sutra 110 of the third pada of the 4th Adhyaya of Paisini's Sutras, Apadasriya is mentioned as the author of a Bhagwadgita. Who is this Padasriya, and what the Bhagwadgita? Un. Luckily Patafigale gives us no information on this head, nor does the Kasaka-Viti. But a note of Professor Tardnatha Tarkavasaspati, of Calcutta, says that Parasariya is Vyasa, and the Bhagwadgita is the Vedanta Sutra register trademark symbol. If this is correct, the Vedanta Sutras go very far indeed into antiquity. For Paisini can certainly not be assigned to a later date than the 4th century BC, while that can't. 1. The authorities are collected in our edition of Bhartrihari, Bombay series of Sanskrit classics, Introd. P11 note. See also Buller's Apastamba in this series, Introd, P. Xayil. 2. See Colebrook's Essays, Vol I, p. 332. Anupavas Ha1s mentioned in the Kath 4 Sarit Sagara as Livamgam the time of Hingnanda, and Havamgpani, Kaitya, Yana, and Vidi for his pupils. Register trademark symbol. See the Ramanuja Bhashya, and the Ramanuja Darsana in Sarve Darsana. Sangreha. Apastamba, p. 16. 5. See Siddhanta Kaumudal, Volume I, p. 592. Introduction, 33. Streneth S. Roldstieka, on grounds of considerable assign him to a much earlier date. The Q's Tun thus comes to this, is the remark of Professor Todd. Atha, above set out, correct. I find then, from enquiries made of my venerable and erudite friend Ujjayesvar Sastrin, the author of the Ayurvediya Sudakara, that the note of Paranitha is based on the works of Basioji Dikshita, Nagajai Bafa, and Janendra Sarasvati, who all give the same interpretation of the sutra in question. It is certainly unfortunate that we have no older authority on this point than Basfogi. The interpretation is in itself not improbable. Vyasa is certainly by the current tradition called the author of the Vedantastras, and also the son of /Padsra, nor is Bhagwadgita a name too far removed in SCNSE from Vedanta Sutra, though doubtless the former name is not now in use, at all events as applied to the sutras attributed to Badadhyana, and though it must also be stated, a Bhagwadgita Bhashya Vartika is mentioned eo nominee by Professor Weber as actually in existence at the present day *. Taking all things together, therefore, we may provisionally understand the Bhagwadgita mentioned Hy Pavinai to be identical with the Vedanta Sutras. But even apart from that identification, the other testimonies we have adduced prove, I think, the high antiquity of those stitras, and consequently of the Bhagavad-Gita. We have thus examined, at what, considering the importance and difficulty of the subject, will not, I trust, be regarded as unreasonable length, some of the principal pieces of internal and external evidence touching the age of the Bhagavad-Gita and its position in Sanskrit literature. Although, as stated at the very outset, the conclusions we have deduced in the course of that examination are not all such as at once to secure acceptance, I venture to think that we have now adequate grounds for saying that the various and independent lines of investigation, which we have pursued, converge to this point, that the Gita, on numerous and use his Panini, and see also Bubbalar's Apastamba in this series, introd. P.S. Zaxit note, for the correctness of this tradition one is very doubtful. 3 Indische Studien 1, 470. 4 dB. 34 Bhagavad-Gita. Essential Topics, ranges itself as a member of the Upanishad group, so to say, in Sanskrit literature. Its philosophy, its mode of treating its subject, its style, its language, its versification, its opinions on sundry subjects of the highest importance, all point to that one conclusion. We may also, I think, lay it down as more than probable, that the latest date at which the Gita can have been composed, must be earlier than the 3rd century BC, though it is altogether impossible to say at present how much earlier. This position, too, is supported by the cumulative strength of several independent lines of testimony. Before closing this introduction, it is desirable to add a word concerning the text of the Bhagavad-Gita. The religious care with which that text has been preserved is very worthy of note. Schlegel and Lassen have both declared it as their opinion, that we have the text now almost exactly in the condition in which it was when it left the hands of the author. There are very few real various readings, and some of the very few that exist are noted by the commentators. Considering that the Mahabharata must have been tampered with on numerous occasions, this preservation of the Gita is most interesting. It doubtless indicates that high veneration for it which is still felt, and has for long been felt, by the Hindus, and which is embodied in the expression used in the colophons of the MSS, describing the Gita as the Upanishad sung by God *# in view of the facts and deductions set forth in this essay. That expression existing as, I believe, it does, almost universally in Indian MSS of the Gita, is not altogether devoid of historical value. Schlegel draws attention to one other circumstance regarding the text of the Gita, which is also highly interesting. Namely, that the number of the stanzas is exactly 700. Plus see the latter's edition of the Gita, preface, Pxxv. *TN. The edition of the GIT published in Bombay MSK 1782, there is a stanza which says that the Upanishads are the cows, Krishna the milkman, Arjuna the calf, and the milk one is the nectar like Gita, which indicates the traditional view of the Gita, a view in consonance with that which we have been led to by the facts and arguments contained in this introduction. Introduction, 35. Schlegel concludes that the author must have fixed on that number deliberately, in order to prevent as far as he could, all subsequent interpolations. This is certainly not likely, and if the aim of the author was such as Schlegel suggests, it has assuredly been thoroughly successful. In the chapter of the Mahabharata immediately succeeding, the 18th chapter of the Gita, the extent of the work in slokas is distinctly stated. The verses in which this is stated do not exist in the Gauda or Bengal recension, and are doubtless not genuine. But, nevertheless, they are interesting, and I shall reproduce them here. Kesava spoke 620 slokas, Arjuna 57, Safigaya 67, and Hitarish Sentra 1 sloka. Such is the extent of the Gita. It is very difficult to account for these figures. According to them, the total number of verses in the Gita would be 745, whereas the number in the current MSS. And even in the Mahabharata itself, is, as already stated, only 700%. I cannot suggest any explanation whatever of this discrepancy. In conclusion, a few words may be added regarding the general principles followed in the translation contained in this volume. My aim has been to make that translation as close and literal a rendering as possible of the Gita, as interpreted by the commentators Sankaracharya, Srira, Sviman, and Madhustidana Sarasvati. Reference has also been frequently made to the commentary of Ramanuja Harya, and also to that of Nalakas/Ha, which latter forms part of the author's general commentary on the Mahabharata. In some places these commentators differ among themselves, and then I have made my own choice. The footnotes are mainly intended to make clear that which necessarily remains obscure in a literal translation. Some of the notes, however, also point out the parallelisms existing between the Gita and other works, principally the Upanishads and the Buddhistic Dhammapada and Suttanipata. Of the latter, XL Waxen SED 4 Sanka comment me states in so many words that the Gita he used contained only Zu slokas. B2 36 Bhagavad Gita. I have not been able to procure the original Pali. I have only used Sir M.C. Swami's translation. But I may here note that there are some verses, especially in the Sala Sutta, CPP 124 to 127 of Sir M.C. Swami's book, the similarity of which, in doctrine and expression, to some of the verses of the Gita is particularly striking. The analogies between the Gita and the Upanishads have been made the basis of certain conclusions in this introduction. Those between the Gita and these Buddhistic works are at present, to my mind, only interesting. I am unable yet to say whether they may legitimately be made the premises for any historical deductions. There are two indexes, the first a general index of matters, the second containing the principal words in the Gita which may prove useful or interesting for philological, historical, or other kindred purposes. Bhagavad Gita. Quarter I. Dhritarashtra said, "What did my people and the Pandavas do, O Safigaya, when they assembled together on the Holy field of Kurukshetra, desirous to do battle. Sanatsugatiya said. Seeing the army of the Pandavas drawn up in battle array, the prince Duryodhana approached the preceptor, and spoke these words, O preceptor, observe this grand army of the sons of Panda, drawn up in battle array by your talented pupil, the son of Drupada. In it are heroes, bearings, large bows, the equals of Bhima and Arjuna in battle, namely, Duryodhana, Virdi, and Drupakla, the master of a great car register trademark symbol, and Dresh /a Kitu, a Kitna, and the valiant king of Kasi, Purujit, and Kuntabhoga, and that eminent man, Sibia, the heroic Yudhmanayu, the valiant Uttamaurgas, the son of Subadhva, and the sons of Draupadi, all masters of your 8 cars, and now, O best of One several of these modes of array i.e. described in Manu 7, 187. Like a staff, like a wain, like a boar, and c. That of the Pandavas, high referred to, appears to have been like the thunderbolt, as to which see Manu 7, 191. To this eager literal rendering, the technical meaning is a warrior proficient in military science, who can fight single-handed thou sand archers. 38 Bhagwadgita. Mazas. Learn who are most distinguished among us, and are leaders of my army. I will name them to you, in order that you may know them well. Yourself, and Bhishma, and Kama, and Kripa the victor of many battles, Asvathaman, and Vikasa, and also the son of Samadatta, and many other brave men, who have given up their lives for me, who fight with various weapons, and are all dexterous in battle. Thus our army which is protected by Bhishma is unlimited, while this army of theirs, which is protected by Bhima, is very limited. And therefore do ye all, occupying respectively the positions assigned to you, protect Bhishma only. Then his powerful grandson, Bhishma, the oldest of the Kauravas, roaring aloud like a lion, blew his conch, thereby affording delight to Duryodhana. And then all at once, conchs, and kettle drums, and tabors, and trumpets were played upon, and there was a tumultuous din. Then, too, Madhava and the son of Pordu, Arjuna, seated in a grand chariot to which white steeds were yoked, blew their heavenly conchs. Hivas blew the Parthasaganya, and Danafigaya the Devadatta, and Bhima, the doer of fearful deeds, blew the great conch Paumdra. King Yudhishthira, the son of Kunt register trademark symbol, blew the Anan, Tavagaya, and Nakula and Sahadeva, respectively. The original word means, according to Srira, the ways of entrance into a vifha or phalanx, who, as generalissimo, remained in the centre of the army. Literally, according to the commentators, lord of the senses of to acception. Shlagil renders the names of these conchs by Giganti, Heodotes, Aradenia, Trumphatix, Dulcisna, and Gemi, Aurea respectively. So called, par excellence, apparently. Chapter I, 24, 39. The Safashar and Moapushpaka, and the king of K4St, 2, who has an excellent bow, and Sikor Din, the master of a great car, and Dvishcentadyumna Viriya, and the unconquered Satyaki, and Drupada, and the sons of Draupadi, and the son of Subhadra, of mighty arms, blew conch severally from all sides. O King of the earth! That tumultuous din rent the hearts of all the people of Dvstadsh/Ras party, causing reverberations throughout heaven and earth. Then seeing the people of Dhvz Taj/Ras party regularly marshaled, the son of Pandu, whose standard is the ape, raised his bow after the discharge of missiles had commenced, and, O King of the earth, spake these words to Rishi: Kiza, O Q undegraded one, station my chariot between the two armies, while I observe those who stand here desirous to engage in battle, and with whom, in the labors of this struggle, I must do battle. I will observe those who are assembled here and who are about to engage in battle, wishing to do service in battle to the evil-minded son of Tiktarashara. Saphagaya said, thus addressed by Gudkiza registered trademark symbol, O descendant of Bharata *. Hishtkiza stationed that excellent riot between the two armies, in front of Bhishma and Trova and of all the kings of the earth, and to join in the fight. In the original, several derivatives from the root yard, mean tilde. To fight occur with the same frequency as battle here. Generally interpreted lord of sleep, i.e. not indolent. Nila Kahar also suggests that it may mean of thick hair. The son of Dushyanta and Sakuntale, after whom India is called Pratavarsha and from whom both Pasdevas and Kauravas were descended. 40 Bhagwadgita said, O son of Pritha, look at these assembled Kauravas. There the son of Pritha saw in both armies, fathers and grandfathers, preceptors, trademark symbol A. Eternal uncles, brothers, sons, grandsons, companions, fathers-in-law, as well as friends, and secking all those kinsmen standing there. The son of Avanti was overcome by excessive pity, and spake thus despondingly. Arjuna said, seeing these kinsmen, O Kvisha, standing here, desirous to engage in battle, my limbs droop down. My mouth is quite dried up, a tremor comes on my body, and my hairs stand on end. The Gaksdeva bow slips from my hand, my skin burns intensely. I am unable to stand up, my mind whirls round, as it were, O Kisava. I see adverse omens *, and I do not perceive any good to accrue after killing my kinsman in the battle. I do not wish for victory, O Q Krisha, nor sovereignty, nor plea. Shus, what is sovereignty to us, O Govinda? What enjoyments, and even life? Even those, for whose sake we desire sovereignty, enjoyments, and plea. Shus, are standing here for battle, abandoning life and wealth, preceptors, fathers, sons as well as grandfathers, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, sons, brothers-in-law, as also other relatives. These do not wish to kill, though they kill me, O destroyer of Madhu *. Even for the sake of sovereignty over the three worlds, how much less then for this Karth. *. The words in this list include all standing in similar relation Ships to those directly signified. Asterisk such as the appearance of vultures, cars moving without horses, and c. mentioned in the Bhishma Parvanij, 17. Compare. Sutta. Nipanta, Piru. Asterisk a demon of this name. Chapter I, 44. Al. Alone. What joy shall be ours, O Ganardana? After killing Dhritarashtra's sons. Killing these felons. We shall only incur sin. Therefore it is not proper for us to kill our own kinsmen, the sons of Dhritarashtra. For how, O Madhava, shall we be happy after killing our own relatives? Although, having their consciences corrupted by avarice, they do not see the evils flowing from the extinction of a family, and the sin in treachery to friends, still, O Ganardana, should not we, who do see the evils flowing from the extinction of a family, learn to refrain from that sin? On the extinction of a family, the eternal rights of families are destroyed. Asterisk. Those rights being destroyed, impiety predominates over the whole family. Asterisk. In consequence of the predominance of impiety, O Krishva, the women of the family become corrupt, and the women becoming corrupt, O descendant of Vshu, intermingling of castes results, that intermingling necessarily leads the family and the destroyers of the family to hell, for when the ceremonies of offering the bowls of food and water to them fail, their ancestors fall down to hell by these transgressions of the destroyers of families, which occasion interminglings of castes. The eternal rights of castes and rights of families are 1. 6 classes are mentioned: an incendiary, 1 who administers poison, 1 who assaults another, weapon in hand, 1 who destroys property, 1 who 10 bs another of his wife, or his fields. 2. There being none to attend to the rights, women being incligned sent the surviving members 4. Either by the mere fact of one relationship to such men, 1 by following their bud example. Asterisk there being no qualified person to perform them, their ancestors, that is to say, of the destroyers of families. 42 Bhagwadgita. Subverted. And O Gandhana, we have heard that men whose family rights are subverted, must necessarily live in hell. Alas! We are engaged in committing a heinous sin, seeing that we are making efforts for killing our own kinsmen out of greed of the pleasures of sovereignty. If the sons of Dhritarashtra, weapon in hand, should kill me in battle, me weaponless and not defending myself, that would be better for me. Sanatsugatiya said. Having spoken thus, Arjuna cast aside his bow, together with the arrows, on the battlefield, and sat down in his chariot, with a mind agitated by grief. Chapter 2. Sanatsugatiya said to him, who was thus overcome with pity, and dejected, and whose eyes were full of tears and turbid, the destroyer of Madhu spoke these words. The deity said, how comes it that this delusion, O Arjuna, which is discarded by the good, which excludes from heaven, and occasions. Infamy has overtaken you in this place of peril. Be not effeminate, O son of Pritha. It is not worthy of you. Cast off this base weakness of heart, and arise, O terror of your foes. Arjuna said, how, O destroyer of Madhu, shall I encounter with arrows in the battle Bhishma and Draksa both, O destroyer of enemies, entitled to reverence? Not. Chapter 2, 11:43. Killing my preceptors, men of great glory, it is better to live even on alms in this world. But killing them, though they are avaricious of worldly goods, I should only enjoy blood-tainted enjoyments. Nor do we know which of the two is better for us, whether that we should vanquish them, or that they should vanquish us. Even those, whom having killed, we do not wish to live, even those sons of Dhritarashtra stand, arrayed, against us, with a heart contaminated by the taint of helplessness, with a mind confounded about my duty. I ask you, tell me what is assuredly good for me. I am your disciple, instruct me, who have thrown myself on your indulgence, for I do not perceive what is to dispel that grief which will dry up my organs. After I shall have obtained a prosperous kingdom on Karth without a foe, or even the sovereignty of the gods. Saphagaya said, having spoken thus to Vishikesa, O terror of your foes, Gudaksa said to Govinda, I shall not engage in battle, and verily remained silent. To him thus desponding between the two armies, O descendant of Bharata, Vishikesa spoke these words with a slight smile. The deity said, you have grieved for those who deserve no grief. The commentators say that heart here signifies the dispositions which are stated in chapter 18 infra, p.126. The fouling of helplessness is incompatible with what is there stated as the proper disposition for a kshatriya. *L. By the heat of vexation, the meaning is, which will cause constant vexation of spirit. *I.e., if the means employed are the sinful acts referred to. 44 Bhagwadgita. And you talk words of wisdom. Learned men grieve not for the living nor the dead. Never did I not exist, nor you, nor these rulers of men, nor will any one of us ever hereafter cease to be. As in this body, infancy and youth and old age, come to the embodied self, too, so does the acquisition of another body. A sensible man is not deceived about that. The contacts of the senses, O son of Kunti, which produce cold and heat, pleasure and pain, are not permanent, they are ever coming and going. Bear them, O descendant of Bharata. For, O chief of men, that sensible man whom they pain and pleasure being alike to him, afflict not, he merits immortality. There is no existence for that which is unreal, there is no non-existence for that which is real, and the correct conclusion about both is perceived by those who perceive the truth. No. That to be indestructible which pervades all this. The destruction of that inexhaustible principle, none can bring about. These bodies appertaining to the embodied self, which is eternal, indestructible, and indefinable, are said to be perishable, therefore do engage in battle, O descendant of Bharata. He who thinks it to be the killer and he who thinks *sil regarding familitits, and c. 4, says Nilakantha, they indicate knowledge of soul as distinct from body. *, a common word in the Jait, that which presides over each individual body. Register trademark symbol sil. With external objects. *te the contacts. Degree the sense is this, there are two things apparently, the soul, which one is indisputable, and the feelings of pain and see which come and go. The true philosopher knows that the former only is real and exists, and that the latter is unreal and non-existent. He therefore does not mind the latter. *sil. By those who are possessed of true knowledge. Chapter 27. 45. It to be killed, both know nothing. It kills not. Is not killed. It is not born, nor does it ever die, nor, having existed, does it exist no more. Unborn, everlasting, unchangeable, and primeval. It is not killed when the body is killed too, O son of Pritha. How can that man who knows it thus to be indestructible, everlasting, unborn, and inexhaustible, how and whom can he kill, whom can he cause to be killed? As a man, casting off old clothes, puts on others and new ones, so the embodied self, casting off old bodies, goes to others and new ones. Weapons do not divide it into pieces, fire does not burn it, waters do not moisten it, the wind does not dry it up. It is not divisible, it is not combustible. It is not to be moistened, it is not to be dried up. It is everlasting, all-pervading, stable, firm, and eternal. It is said to be unperceived, to be unthinkable, to be unchangeable. Therefore, knowing it to be such, you ought not to grieve. But even if you think that it is constantly born, and constantly dies, still, O you of mighty arms, you ought not to grieve. Thus, for to one that is born, death is certain, and to one that dies, birth is certain. Therefore, one compare Kasha Upanishad, P. Rod. Kasha Upanishad, pp. 103, 104. Eternal. Nilakantha explains this by unlimited by time, place and sea. Sankara and others as uncreated without cause. Stable equals not assuming new forms, Fiam equals not abandoning the original form. Srira. The latter signifies a slight change, the former a total change. Compare the following from the Sutta Sir M. C. Swami's translation, pp. 124, 125, there is, indeed, no means by which those born could be prevented from dying. Even thus the world is afflicted with death and decay, therefore wise men, knowing the course of things in the world, do not give way to grief. 46 Bhagwadgita. About this unavoidable thing, you ought not to grieve. The source of things, O descendant of Bharata, is unperceived, their middle state 1 espo kived, and their end again is unperceived. What occasion is there for any lamentation regarding them? One looks upon it registered trademark symbol as a wonder, another similarly speaks of it as a wonder, another too hears of it as a wonder, and even after having heard of it, no one does really know it. This embodied self, O descendant of Bharata, within every one's body, is ever indestructible. Therefore you ought not to grieve for any being. Having regard to your own duty also, you ought not to falter, for there is nothing better for a kshatriya * than a righteous battle. Happy those kshatriyas, O son of P, are they who can find such a battle to fight, come of itself an open door to heaven. But if you will not fight this righteous battle, then you will have abandoned your own duty and your fame, and you will incur sin. All beings, too, will tell of your everlasting infamy, and to one who has been honored, infamy is a greater evil than death. Warriors who are masters of great cars will think that you abstained from the battle through fear, and having been highly thought of by them, you will fall down to littleness. Your enemies, too. Compare Suttanipata, p. 125, in vain do you nev, not knowing well the two ends of him whose manner either of coming or going you know not. I.e., the self spoken of above. Katha Upanishad, p. 96. 1 of the warrior caste. 5 Without any effort, that one is to say, of one's own. N.E. Chapter 2, 42. 47. Decrying your power, will speak much about you that should not be spoken. And what, indeed, more lamentable than that? Killed, you will obtain heaven, victorious, you will enjoy the earth. Therefore arise, O son of Kunti, resolved to engage in battle, looking alike on pleasure and pain, on gain and loss, on victory and defeat, then prepare for battle, and thus you will not incur sin. The knowledge here declared to you is that relating to the Sankhya, now here that relating to the Yoga. Possessed of this know, lady, O son of Putta, you will cast off the bonds of action. In this path to final emancipation, nothing that is commenced becomes abortive, no obstacles exist, and even a little of this form of piety protects one from great danger. There is here O descendant of Kuru, but one state of mind consisting in firm understanding. But the states of mind of those who have no firm understanding are many-branched and endless. The state of mind consisting in firm understanding regarding steady contemplation does not belong to those, O son of PV7THA, who are strongly attached to worldly pleasures and power, and whose minds are drawn away by that flowery talk which is full of ordinances of specific acts for the attainment of those pleasures and that power, and which one Sankhya is explained in different modes by the different commentators, but the resulting meaning here seems to be that the doctrine stated is the doctrine of true knowledge and emancipation by its means. See infra, p. 52. 2 viz. This mortal mundane life. 8t.e, for those who enter on this path. *te. of the Supreme Being, yoga meaning really the dedication of all acts to that being. 48 Bhagwadgita. B. Mises birth as the fruit of acts, that flowery talk, which those unwise ones utter, who are enamored of Vedic words, who say there is nothing else, who are full of desires, and whose goal is heaven. The Vedas merely relate to the effects of the three qualities. Register trademark symbol. Do you, O Arjuna, rise above those effects of the three qualities, and be free from the pairs of opposites. Always preserve courage. Be free from anxiety for new acquisitions or protection of old acquisitions, and be self-controlled. To the instructed Brahmasa, there is in all the Vedas as much utility as in a reservoir of water into which waters flow from all sides. Your business is with action alone, not by any means with fruit. Let not the fruit of action be your motive to action. Let not your attachment be fixed on inaction. Having recourse to devotion, O Unofficial, perform actions, casting off all attachment, and being equable in success or ill. 1 C. Sanatsugatiya, p. 4. This is a merely temporary good, and not therefore deserving to be aspired to before final emancipation. I.e. the whole course of worldly affairs. As to qualities, see Chapter 14. Heat and cold, pain and pleasure, and so forth. Compare Manui, 26. Register trademark symbol. Compare Sanatsugatiya, p. 17 and other places. 5. Keeping the mind from worldly objects. The meaning high is not easily apprehended. I suggest the following explanation, having said that the Vedas are concerned with actions for special benefits. Katsha compares them to a reservoir which provides water for various special purposes: drinking, bathing, and sea. The Vedas similarly picture particular rites and ceremonies for going to heaven, or destroying an enemy, and sea. But, says Krishna, man's duty is merely to perform the actions prescribed for him among these, and not entertain desires for the special benefits named. The stanza occurs in the Sanatsugatiya, 2. Doing nothing at all. E. Chapter 2, 55. 49. Success, such equability is called devotion. Action, O Unofficial, is far inferior to the devotion of the mind. In that devotion seek shelter. Wretched are those whose motive to action is the fruit of action. He who has obtained devotion in this world casts off both merit and sin. Therefore apply yourself to devotion. Devotion in all actions is wisdom. The wise who have obtained devotion cast off the fruit of action, and released from the shackles of repeated births, repair to that seat where there is no unhappiness. When your mind shall have crossed beyond the taint of delusion, then will you become indifferent to all that you have heard or will hear. For when your mind, confounded by what you have heard will stand firm and steady in contemplation, then will you acquire devotion. Arjuna said, "What are the characteristics, O Kesava, of one whose mind is steady, and who is intent on contemplation? How should one of steady mind speak? How sit, how move? The deity said, when a man, O son of Przth4, abandons all the one merit merely leads to heaven, as to which see note on last gauge. Compare Sutta pp. 4, 136, 145 note. Sutta pp. 3-7, and c. Register trademark symbol Sutta p. 21. For this, according to Anandagiri, means all writings other than Hos on the science of the soul. *I about the means for the acquisition of various desired things. *I of the soul, Sankara, of the Supreme Being, Srira. Substantially they both mean the same thing. 8. E. 50 Bhagwadgita. Desires of his heart, and is pleased in his self only. And by his self, he is then called one of steady mind. He whose heart is not agitated in the midst of calamities, who has no longing for pleasures, and from whom the feelings of affection, fear, and wrath have departed, is called a sage of steady mind. His mind is steady, who, being without attachments anywhere, feels no exultation and no aversion on encountering the various agreeable and disagreeable things of this world. A man's mind is steady when he withdraws his senses from all objects of sense, as the tortoise withdraws its limbs from all sides. Objects of sense draw back from a person who is abstinent, not so the taste for those objects. But even the taste departs from him, when he has seen the supreme the boisterous senses, O son of Kunt, carry away by force the mind even of a wise man, who exerts himself for final emancipation. Restraining them all, a man should remain engaged in devotion, making me his only resort. For his mind is steady, whose senses are under his control. The man who ponders over objects of sense forms an attachment to them, from that attachment is produced desire, and from desire anger is produced register trademark symbol, from anger results want of discrimination register trademark symbol, from want of pleased, without regard to external objects, by self-contemplation alone. To compare Sutta p. 3. The word subba in this sense also occurs in the Dhamma Pada, stanza 78, and in the Maitata p. 34. See on this, Wilson's Essays on Sanskrit Literature, Volume 3. pp. 130. Register trademark symbol lo. When the desire is frustrated. Lo, between right and wrong. Confusion of memory == for tilde. Getfulness of stras and rules prescribed in them. Chapter 2, 70. 51. Crimination, confusion of the memory, from fusion of the memory, loss of reason, and consequence of loss of reason he is utterly ruined, but the self-restrained man who moves among objects with senses under the control of his own self, and free from affection and aversion, obtains tranquility register trademark symbol. When there is tranquility, all his miseries are destroyed, for the mind of him whose heart is tranquil soon becomes steady. He who is not self-restrained has no steadiness of mind, nor has he who is not self-restrained perseverance in the pursuit of self-knowledge. there is no tranquility for him who does not persevere in the pursuit of self-knowledge, and whence can there be happiness for one who is not tranquil? For the heart which follows the rambling senses leads away his judgment, as the wind leads a boat astray upon the waters. Therefore, O you of mighty arms, his mind is steady whose senses are restrained on all sides from objects of sense. The self-restrained man is awake, when it is night for all beings, and when all beings are awake, that is the night of the right-seeing sage. He into whom all objects of desire enter, as waters enter the ocean, which, though replenished, still keeps its position unmoved. He only obtains tranquility, not he who desires those objects of desire. The man who, casting 1 cf. Sutta p. 45. Compare Maitreya Upanishad, p. 134, where the commentator explains it to mean freedom from desires. 5. For a somewhat similar use of the word bh4 van 4 in this sense. Comp. Dhammapada, stanza 301. Spiritual matters are dark as night to the common run of men, while they are wide awake in all worldly pursuits. With the sage, the case is exactly the reverse. E2. 52 Bhagwadgita. Of all desires, lives free from attachments. Who is free from egoism, and from the feeling that this or that is mine obtains tranquility. This, O son of Pritha, is the Brahmic register trademark symbol state. Attaining to this, one is never deluded, and remaining in it in one's last moments, one attains Brahmaniya Vaiva, the Brahmic bliss plus. Chapter 3. Arjuna said, if, O Gandhana, devotion is deemed by you to be superior to action, then why, O Kesava, do you prompt me to this fearful action? You seem, indeed, to confuse my mind by equivocal words. Therefore, declare one thing determinately, by which I may attain the highest good. The deity said, O sinless one, I have already declared that in this world there is a twofold path that of the Sankhyas by devotion in the shape of true knowledge, and that of the Yogins by devotion in the shape of action. A man does not attain freedom from action register trademark symbol merely by not engaging in action, nor does he attain perfection by mere renunciation. For nobody ever remains even for an instant without plus either pride or, better, the false notion mentioned infra, p. 58. An almost identical expression occurs in the Dhammapada, stanza 367, and Maitreya Upanishad, p. 37. Degree the state of identification of oneself with the Brahman, which results from a correct knowledge of the Brahman. Infra, p. 66. 5 Supra, p. 47. According to Sankara, identification of oneself with Brahman. Final emancipation. I.e. not coupled with knowledge and purity of heart. Chapter 3, 13. 53. Performing some action, since the qualities of nature constrain everybody, not having free will, in the matter, to some action. The deluded man who, restraining the organs of action to continues to think in his mind about objects of sense, is called a hypocrite. But he, O Arjuna, who restraining his senses by his mind, and being free from attachments, engages in devotion, in the shape of action, with the organs of action, is far superior. Do you perform prescribed action, for action is better than inaction, and the support of your body, too, cannot be accomplished with inaction. This world is fettered by all action other than action for the purpose of the sacrifice. Therefore, O son of Kunt, do you, casting off attachment, perform action for that purpose. The Creator, having in olden times created men together with the sacrifice, said, propagate with this. May it be the giver to you of the things you desire. Please the gods with this, and may those gods please you. Pleasing each other, you will attain the highest good. For pleased with the sacrifices, the gods will give you the enjoyments you desire. And he who enjoys himself without giving them what they have given, is, indeed, a thief. The good, who eat the leavings of a sacrifice, are released from all sins. But the unrighteous ones, who prepare food for themselves only, incur sin. 1 Compare Infra, pp. 122 to 128 hands, feet, and c. Register trademark symbol by means of true discrimination, keeping the senses from attachments to worldly objects, which lead to sin and evil. Compare Infra, pp. 60, 61. Probably the sacrifices spoken of in that passage must be taken to be the same as those referred to in the Creator's injunction mentioned in this passage. Register trademark symbol CF, Metatupamishad, p. 143. 54 Bhakavapalra. From food are born all creatures, from rain is the production of food, rain is produced by sacrifices. Sacrifices are the result of action. Know that action has its source in the Vedas. The Vedas come from the indestructible. Therefore the all-comprehending Vedas are always concerned with sacrifices. He who in this world does not turn round the wheel, revolving thus, is of sinful life, indulging his senses. And, O son of Pritha, he lives in vain. But the man who is attached to his self only, who is contented in his self, and is pleased with his SCLF*, has nothing to do. He has no interest at all in what is done, and none whatever in what is not done, in this world, nor is any interest of his dependent on any being. Therefore always perform action which must be performed without attachment. For a man performing action without attachment attains the supreme. By action alone did Ganekar and the rest work for perfection. Register trademark symbol. And having regard also to the keeping of people to their duties, you should perform action. Whatever a great man does, that other men also do. And people follow whatever he receives as authority. There is nothing, O son of Putta, for me to do in all the three worlds. 1. The commentators explain this to mean that though the Vedas elucidate all matters, their principal subject is the sacrifice. 2. The distinctions here are rather nice. An ordinary man is attached to worldly objects, is contented with goods and is pleased with special gains. No good or evil accrues to him from anything he does or omits to do. For Sriyara says that Arjuna is here told to perform action, as free dom from it is only for the man of true knowledge, which Arjuna is not as yet. 5 Final Emancipation, compare p39 Infra, and Vsopanishad, p6. Chapter 3, 30. 55. Nothing to acquire which has not been acquired. Still I do engage in action. For should I at any time not engage without sloth in action, men would follow in my path from all sides, O son of Pritha. 1 If I did not perform actions, these worlds would be destroyed, I should be the cause of caste interminglings, and I should be ruining these people. As the ignorant act, O descendant of Bharata, with attachment to action, so should a wise man act without attachment, wishing to keep the people to their duties. A wise man should not shake the convictions of the ignorant who are attached to action, but act in with devotion. Himself should make them apply themselves to all action. He whose mind is deluded by egoism thinks himself the doer of the actions, which, in every way, are done by the qualities of nature, but he, O you of mighty arms, who knows the truth about the differing from qualities and the difference from actions forms no attachments, believing that qualities deal with qualities but those who are deluded. The qualities of nature form attachments to the actions of the qualities A man of perfect knowledge should not shake these men of imperfect knowledge in their convictions, dedicating all actions to me with a mind knowing the relation of the supreme and individual self, engage in battle with the active principle is nature, the aggregate of the three qualities. The soul is only the looker on, compare inter alia, p. 104 infra. 4 degrees Sil. The difference of the soul from the collection of qualities, viz., the body, senses, and from the actions of which they are the authors. Ulities, senses, deal with qualities, i.e. objects of sense. Tie. All in mundane affairs. 56 Bhagwadgita. Out desire, without any feeling that this or that is mine, and without any mental trouble. Even those men who always act on this opinion of mine, full of faith, and without carping, are released from all actions. But those who carp at my opinion and do not act upon it, know them to be devoid of discrimination, deluded as regards all knowledge and ruined. Even a man of knowledge acts consonantly to his own nature *. All beings follow nature. What will restraint effect? Every sense has its affections and aversions towards its objects fixed. One should not become subject to them, for they are one's opponents *. One's own duty, though defective, is better than another's duty well performed. Death. In performing one's own duty is preferable, the performance of the duty of others is dangerous. Arjuna said. But by whom, O descendant of VV7 Shri, T is man impelled, even though unwilling, and, as it were, constrained by force, to commit sin. About the consequences of your actions. 2. Of actions, or of the Brahman in its various forms. 3. Which is the one result of the virtues and vices of a preceding life. The sequence of ideas here is as follows: the true view stated here about the difference from qualities and actions is disregarded by some, owing to their nature as now explained. Then the question 1s, if nature 1s so potent, what is the good of the sastras? The answer is, nature only acts through our likes and dislikes. Withstand them and then you can follow the sastras. It is under the influence of these likes and dislikes, that some may say, we shall practice duties prescribed for others, our own being bad ones, as they are equally prescribed by the sastras. That, as stated in the last sentence here, is wrong. Compare Suttanipata, P. Rocks, as to likings and dislikings. Chapter 3, 43. 57. The deity said, it is desire, it is wrath, born from the quality of passion, it is very ravenous, very sinful. Know that. That is the foe in this world. As fire is enveloped by smoke, a mirror by dust, the fetus by the womb, so is this enveloped by desire. Knowledge, O son of Kunti, is enveloped by this constant foe of the man of knowledge, in the shape of desire, which is like a FRE register trademark symbol and insatiable. The senses, the mind, and the understanding are said to be its seat. With these it deludes the embodied self, after enveloping knowledge. Therefore, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, first restrain your senses. Then cast off this sinful thing which destroys knowledge and experience. It has been said great are the senses, greater than the senses is the mind. Greater than the mind is the understanding. What is greater than the understanding is that 7. Thus knowing that which is higher than the understanding, and restraining yourself by yourself, O you of mighty Qvidp 59 Supra. Ye knowledge, mentioned in the next sentence, for which construction P7x and P98 may be compared. 3. Which becomes more powerful the more it is fed. 4. The mind is that which ponders over things as such or such. The understanding is that which finally determines. Compare Lewis. History of Philosophy, 2, 463 to 465. These and the senses are the scat of desire, because the perception of an object by the sense, the pondering over it by the mind, and the determination about it by the understanding are the preliminaries to the awakening of the desire. Supra, p. 50. Knowledge is from books or teachers, experience is the result of personal perception. 5. Kashopanishad, p. 114, and SCE also pp. 148, 149. 7. Je. The Supreme Being, as in the Ka/Hopanishad. 58. Bhagwadgita. Arms. Destroy this unmanageable enemy in the shape of desire. Carta 4. The deity said, this everlasting system of devotion I declared to the Son declared it to Manu, and Manu communicated it to Ikshvaku. Coming thus by steps, it became known to royal sages. But, O terror of your foes, that devotion was lost to the world by long lapse of time. That same primeval devotion have declared to you today, seeing that you are my devotee and friend, for it is the highest mystery. Arjuna said. Later is your birth, the birth of the sun is prior. How then shall one understand that you declared this first? The deity said, I have passed through many births, O Arjuna. And you also. I know them all, but you, O terror of your foes, do not know them. Even though I am unborn and inexhaustible in my essence, even though I am Lord of all beings, still I take up the control of my own nature, and am born by means. 1. Because its fruit is imperishable, viz. final emancipation. 2. In the *Chandogya Upanishad, Manu 1's the channel of communication for some doctrine taught by Prajapati, which Manu teaches the people interpreted by Sankara to mean Ikshvaku, and c. p. 178, c2 p. 625. Nature is what goes to the formation of the material form in which he is born. The power includes knowledge, omnipotence, and c. It is delusive because he is still really unborn. Chapter 4, 16. 59. Of my delusive power. Whensoever, O descendant of Bharata, piety languishes, and impiety is in the ascendant, I create myself. I am born age after age. For the protection of the good, for the destruction of evildoers, and the establishment of piety. Whoever truly knows thus my divine birth and work, casts off this body and is not born again. He comes to me, O Arjuna. Many from whom affection, fear, and wrath have departed, who are full of me, who depend on me, and who are purified by the penance of no ledge have come into my essence. I serve men in the way in which they approach me in every way. O son of Pita, men follow in my path, desiring the success of actions men in this world worship the divinities, for in this world of mortals, the success produced by action is soon obtained. The fourfold division of castes was created by me according to the apportionment of qualities and duties. But, though I am its author, know me to be inexhaustible, and not the author. Actions defile me not. I have no attachment to the fruit of actions. He who knows me thus is not tied down by actions. Knowing this, the men of old who wished for final emancipation, performed action. Therefore do you, too, perform action as was done by men of old in olden times. Even sages are confused as to what 1. Compare Sutta p. 73. 2. Compare Infra, p. 6x. *je. I give to Kak worshipper what is proper for him. The original words used here occur before in a different sense. CP 55. Here the meaning is that to whomsoever directly ad deest, all worship is worship of me, CP 84. In the whole passage, Katshva says that the deity is not chargeable with partiality, on account of the variety of human qualities and states. 5. Such as acquisition of sons, cattle, and c. 60 Bhagwadgita. Co. Is action, what in action, therefore I will speak to you about action, and learning that, you will be freed from this world of evil. one must possess knowledge about action, one must also possess knowledge about prohibited action, and again one must possess knowledge about inaction. The truth regarding action is abstruse. He is wise among men, he is possessed of devotion, and performs all actions. Who sees inaction in action, and action in inaction. The wise call him learned, whose acts are all free from desires and fancies, and whose actions are burnt down by the fire of knowledge. Forsaking all attachment to the fruit of action, always contented, dependent on none, he does nothing at all. Though he engages in action, devoid of expectations, restraining the mind and the self, and casting off all belongings, he incurs no sin, performing actions merely for the sake of the body *, satisfied with earnings coming spontaneously, rising above the pairs of opposites, free from all animosity, and equable on success or ill success, he is not fettered down, even though he performs actions. The acts of one who is devoid of attachment, who is free register trademark symbol, whose mind is fixed on knowledge, and who performs action for the purpose of the sacrifice register trademark symbol are all destroyed. 1. Devoted though performing all actions. 2. Appropriating nothing at Satanipata, p. ioi, seems to be the same idea. Self just before this means senses. Register trademark symbol preferably, perhaps, with the body only. But Sankara rejects this. Compare infra, P. Rory and Satanipata, pr2. The commentators vary in their interpretations of this word mukta, but the common point appears to be free from attachment to worldly concerns. Cf. Satanipata, p8. Sacrifice here apparently means every act for the attainment of. Chapter 4, 29. 61. Brahman is the oblation, with Brahman, as a sacrificial instrument, it is offered up, Brahman is in the fire, and by Brahman it is thrown, and Brahman, too, is the goal to which he proceeds who meditates on Brahman in the action. Some devotees perform the sacrifice to the gods, some offer up the sacrifice by the sacrifice itself in the fire of Brahman. Others offer up the senses, such as the sense of hearing, and others, in the fires of restraint. Others offer up the objects of sense, such as sound and so forth, into the fires of the senses *. Some again offer up all the operations of the senses and the operations of the life breaths into the fire of devotion by self-restraint register trademark symbol, kindled by knowledge. Others perform the sacrifice of wealth, the sacrifice of penance, the sacrifice of concentration of mind, the sacrifice of Vedic study register trademark symbol, and of knowledge, and others are ascetics of rigid vows. Some offer up the upward life breath into the downward life breath, and the downward life breath into the upper life breath, and stopping up the motions of the upward and downward life breaths, devote themselves to the restraint of the life breaths. Others, who take limited food, offer up the life breaths into the supreme, compare Supra, p83. Inasvalanagthaya Citra I, 1, 5. A text is cited meaning salutation verily is a sacrifice. 1. This thorough identification with the Brahman explains why the action is destroyed and does not fetter the doer. I.e. all acts, religious and other, offered up to the Brahman in the mode above stated. Practice yoga and other like exercises. Remaining unattached to sensuous enjoyments. 5. Stopping the bodily operations mentioned, and engaging in contemplation. Register trademark symbol. This is called Brahmaya Jaya, Asvalanagtoya Svitra ITT, 1, 3. 7. Metaphaupanishad, p. 129. 62. Bhagavad-Gita. The life breaths. All of these, conversant with the sacrifice, have their sins destroyed by the sacrifice. Those who eat the nectar like leavings of the sacrifice repair to the eternal Brahman. This world is not for those who perform no sacrifice. Whence, then, the other, O best of the Kauravas? Thus, sacrifices of various sorts are laid down in the Vedas. Know them all to be produced from action. And knowing this you will be foliest from the fetters of this world. The sacrifice of knowledge, O terror of your foes, is superior to the sacrifice of wealth for action, O son of PR/THA, is holy and entirely comprehended in knowledge. That you should learn by salutation, question, and service. The men of knowledge who perceive the truth will teach knowledge to you. Ijlaving learned that, O son of Pasdu, you will not again fall thus into delusion, and by means of it, you will see all beings, without exception, first in yourself, and then in me. Even if you are the most sinful of all sinful men, you will cross over all trespasses by means of the boat of knowledge alone. As a fire well kindled, O Arjuna, reduces fuel to ashes, so the fire of knowledge reduces all actions to ashes. Law. There is in this world no means of sanctification like knowledge, and that one perfected by devotion finds within oneself in time. Who has faith, whose supra, p. 53. Register trademark symbol operations of mind, senses, and c.f. Supra, p. 54. Register trademark symbol te knowledge. Asterisk addressed to men of knowledge. Compare Mudakopanishad, p. 282. The essential unity of the supreme and individual soul and the whole universe. Compare Vsopanishad, pp. 13, 14. Supra, p. 60, 7 Suttanipata, p. 48. Chapter v. 363. Senses are restrained, and who is assiduous, obtains knowledge. Obtaining knowledge, he acquires without delay the highest tranquility. He who is ignorant and devoid of faith, and whose self is full of misgivings, is ruined. Not this world, not the next, nor happiness, is for him whose self is full of misgivings. Actions, O Dhanafigaya, do not fetter one who is self-possessed, who has renounced action by devotion, and who has destroyed misgivings by knowledge. Therefore, O descendant of Bharata, destroy, with the sword of knowledge, these misgivings of yours which fill your mind, and which are produced from ignorance. Engage in devotion. Arise. Kauravi. Arjuna said, O Krishna, you praise renunciation of actions, and also the pursuit of them. Tell me determinately, which one of these two is superior? The deity said, renunciation and pursuit of action are both instruments of happiness. But of the two, pursuit of action is superior to renunciation of action. He should be understood to be always an ascetic percent, who has no aversion and no desire. For, O you of mighty arms, he who is free from the pairs of opposites is easily released from all bonds. Children, not wise men, talk of Asafkhaya and Yoga as dis. 1 Satanipata, p. 40. 2 Cautious, free from heedlessness. 3 I.E. One who has performed renunciation. 64 Bhagwadgita. Tinct. One who pursues either well obtains the fruit of both. The seat which the Sankhya's obtain is reached by the Yogas. Also, he sees, truly, who sees the Sankhya and Yoga as one. Renunciation, O you of mighty arms, is difficult to reach without devotion. The sage possessed of devotion attains Brahman without delay. He who is possessed of devotion, whose self is pure, who has restrained his self, and who has controlled his senses, and who identifies his self with every being, is not tainted though he performs actions. The man of devotion, who knows the truth, thinks he does nothing at all, when he sees, hears, touches, smells, eats, moves, sleeps, breathes, talks, throws out registered trademark symbol, takes, opens or closes the eyelids, he holds that the senses deal with the objects of the senses. He who, casting off all attachment, performs actions, dedicating them to Brahman, is not tainted by sin. As the lotus leaf register trademark symbol, is not tainted by water. Votes, casting off attachment, perform actions for attaining purity of self, with the body, the mind, the understanding, or even the senses, all free from those who follow the yoga path. The form is noteworthy. Grammatically, *I.e. attains true renunciation says Sankara, Sriyara says attains Brahman, after becoming a renouncer. Here self is explained as body, in the line which goes before. It is explained as heart. These are the various operations of the organs of perception, action, and see. 5 excretions, and see. A very common simile. Compare Inter alia ka Phondogya Upanishad. p. 276, Satanipata, pp. 107-134, and David's Buddhism, p. 158. Note: body equals bathing, and c. Mind equals meditation, and c. Understanding equals ascertainment of truth, senses equals hearing and celebrating God's name. Chapter V, 19. 65. Egoistic notions. He who is possessed of devotion, abandoning the fruit of actions, attains the highest tranquility. He who is without devotion, and attached to the fruit of action, is tied down by reason of his acting in consequence of some desire. The self-restrained, embodied self lies at ease within the city of 9 portals. 1. Renouncing all actions by the mind, not doing nor causing any thing to be done. The Lord is not the cause of actions, or of the capacity of performing actions amongst men, or of the connection of action and fruit. But nature only works. The Lord receives no one's sin, nor merit either. Knowledge is enveloped by ignorance, hence all creatures are deluded. But to those who have destroyed that ignorance by knowledge of the self, such knowledge, like the sun, shows forth that supreme principle. And those whose mind is centered on it, whose very self it is, who are thoroughly devoted to it, and whose final goal it is, go never to return, having their sins destroyed by knowledge. The wise look upon a. Brahmaya pos. Sust of learning scent and humility, on a cow, an _l. Fant, a dog, and a _svapaka, as alike three, even here. Those have conquered the material world, whose mind rests in equability *, since Brahman is free from defects and equable, therefore they rest in 1. Compare Pras no Panishad, p. 202, Svettsvatara, p. 332, Sattanipata, p. 52. The Ka/Ho Panishad has cleven portals, p. 132. The 9 are the eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth, and the 2 for excretions. 2 as regards the Lord's relation to man's merit or sin. 5 as manifestations of Brahman, though of different qualities and classes. As to Svap 4Ka, a very low caste, see Sattanipata, p. 36. 4 as stated in the preceding words. 8. Yuan 66 Bhagwadgita. Brahman. He who knows Brahman, whose mind is steady, who is not deluded, and who rests in Brahman, does not exult on finding anything able, nor does he grieve on finding anything disarray. Able, one whose self is not attached to external objects, obtains the happiness that is in one's self. And by means of concentration of mind, joining one's self with the Brahman, one obtains indestructible happiness. For the enjoyments born of contact, between senses and their objects, are, indeed, sources of misery. They have a beginning as well as an end. Osan of Kunti. A wise man feels no pleasure in them. He who even in this world, before his release from the body, is able to bear the irritations produced from desire and wrath, is a devoted man. He is a happy man. The devotee whose happiness is within himself, whose recreation is within himself, and whose light of knowledge also is within himself, becoming one with the Brahman, obtains the Brahmic bliss. The sages whose sins have perished, whose misgivings are destroyed, who are self-restrained, and who are intent on the welfare of all beings, register trademark symbol, obtain the Brahmic bliss. To the ascetics, who are free from desire and wrath degree, and whose minds are restrained, and who have no knowledge of the self, the Brahmic bliss is on both sides of death. The sage who excludes from his mind Kashopanishad, p. 100. Register trademark symbol. Cf. Supra, p. 44. He is one with the Brahman as he is intent exclusively on the Brahman. The bliss of assimilation with the Brahman, or, as Ramanuja puts it, the bliss of direct knowledge of the self. 5 Sattanipata, 39 p. Also David's Buddhism, P. Row 9. Register trademark symbol cf. Suttonipata, p. 3. Chapter 6, 5. 63. External objects, concentrates, the visual power between the brows, and making the upward and downward life breaths even, confines their move. Ments within the nose, who restrains senses, mind, and understanding asterisk, whose highest goal is final emancipation, from whom desire, fear, and wrath have departed, is, indeed, forever released, from birth and death. He knowing me to be the enjoyer of all sacrifices and penances, the great Lord of all worlds, and the friend of all beings, attains tranquility. Kavpra 6. The deity said, he who, regardless of the fruit of actions, performs the actions which ought to be performed, is the devotee and renouncer, not he who discards the sacred fires, nor he who performs no acts. Know, O son of Pasdu, that what is called renunciation is devotion, for nobody becomes a devotee who has not renounced all fancies asterisk. To the sage who wishes to rise to devotion, action is said to be a means, and to him, when he has risen to devotion, tranquility is said to be means. When one does not attach one self to objects of sense, nor to action, renouncing all fancies, then is one said to have risen to devotion. A man should elevate his self by his self asterisk, he should not debase his self, for even a man's own self is his. Compare Infra, p. 78. 2, 87 and Kaskopanishad, p. 157. Degree which are required for ordinary religious rites. Asterisk which are the cause of desires, see Supra, p. Go. Asterisk abandonment of distracting actions, means sil. To perfect knowledge, says Srira. Degree lo. By means of a mind possessed of true discrimination. F2. 68 Bhagwadgita. Friend, a man's own self is also his enemy. 2. Him who has subjugated his self by his self asterisk, his self is a friend, but to him who has not restrained his self, his own self behaves inimically, like an enemy. The self of one who has subjugated his self and is tranquil, is absolutely concentrated on itself. In the midst of cold and heat, pleasure and pain, as well as honor and dishonor. The devotee whose self is contented with knowledge and experience 5. Who is unmoved, who has restrained his senses, and to whom a sod, a stone, and gold are alike, is said to be devoted. And he is esteemed highest, who thinks alike register trademark symbol about well-wishers, friends, and enemies, and those who are indifferent, and those who take part with both sides, and those who are objects of hatred, and relatives, as well as about the yud and the sinful. A devotee should constantly devote his self to abstraction, remaining in a secret place degree, alone, with his mind and self, restrained, without expectations, and without belongings, fixing his seat firmly in a clean register trademark symbol place, not too high nor too low, and covered over with a sheet of cloth, a deer skin, and blades of cusa grass, and there seated on that seat, fixing his mind exclusively on one point, with the workings of the mind and senses. Self is here explained as mind, the unsteadiness of which prevents the acquisition of devotion, p. 71. 2. This means restraining senses by mind. See Maitreya Nishad, p. 180. 5. Supra, p. 57. By any of the vexations of the world. 5. Te is free from affection or aversion towards them. S. Release from society is insisted on at Satanipata, p. 55. 7. Self is here explained as senses, in the previous clause as mind. Register trademark symbol. This requisite is prescribed by many authorities. Compare a /Hashan. Dogya Upanishad p. 626, Matat, p. 136, Sveta and Svatara, pp. 318, 3193. And Asvalayana, Goyastra, il. 2, 2, for Vedic Study 2. Chapter 6, 18. 69. Restrained, he should practice devotion for purity of self, holding his body, head, and neck even and unmoved, remaining steady, looking at the tip of his own nose, and not looking about in all directions, with a tranquil self, devoid of fear, and adhering to the rules of Brahma Z4 Rins, he should restrain his mind, and concentrate it on me, and sit down engaged in devotion, regarding me as his final goal. Thus constantly devoting his self to abstraction, a devotee whose mind is restrained attains that tranquility which culminates in final emancipation and assimilation with me. Devotion is not his, O Arjuna, who eats too much, nor his who eats not at all, not his who is addicted to too much sleep, nor his who is ever awake. That devotion which destroys all misery is his, who takes due food and exercise *, who toils duly in all works, and who sleeps and awakes in due time *. When a man's mind well restrained becomes steady upon the self alone, then he, being indifferent to all objects of desire, is said to be devoted. As a light standing in a windless place flickers not, that is declared to be the parallel for a devotee whose mind is restrained, and who devotes his self to abstraction. That mental condition, in which the mind restrained by practice of abstraction, ceases to work, in which 2. One seeing the self by the self-register trademark symbol, is pleased in 1. Compare Kumarozamava, Canto 3, 47. This is done in order 1 to prevent the sight from rambling, until closing of the eyes being objectionable as leading to sleep. 2. See these in Apastamba, p. 7 in this settis, and compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 159,160, and Muller's Hebert Lectures, p. 158. 3. Compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 28, 95. Buddhism shows similar injunctions. Compare Sutta Nipata, pp. 21, 28, 93, and Dhammapada, stanza 8. Sees the highest principle by a mind purified by abstraction. 70. Bhagavad-Gita. Stb. The self, in which one experiences that infinite happiness which transcends the senses, and which can be grasped by the understanding only, and adhering to which one never swerves from the truth, acquiring which, one thinks, no other acquisition higher than it, and adhering to which, one is not shaken off, even by great misery, that should be understood to be called devotion, in which there is a severance of all connection with pain. That devotion should be practiced with steadiness and with an undesponding heart, abandoning, without exception, all desires which are produced from fancies, and restraining the whole group of the senses on all sides by the mind only. One should by slow steps become quiescent with a firm resolve coupled with courage and fixing his mind upon the self, should think of nothing. Wherever the active and unsteady mind breaks forth there one should ever restrain it, and fix it steadily on the self alone. The highest happiness comes to such a devotee, whose mind is fully tranquil, in whom the quality of passion has been suppressed, who is free from sin, and who is become one with the Brahman. Thus constantly devoting his self to abstraction, a devotee, freed from sin, easily obtains that supreme happiness, contact with the Brahman registered trademark symbol. He who has devoted his self to abstraction, by devotion, looking alike on everything, sees the self abiding in all beings, and all beings in one. Compare Sattanipata, p. 62. 2. Compare Supra, p. 53. 3. Te cease to think of objects of sense. Compare Supra, p. 69. 4. J.E. An undespairing and firm resolution that devotion will be achieved ultimately. Compare Sattanipata, p. 106. 6. Assimilation with the Brahman. Chapter 6, 36. 7. The self to him who sees me in everything, and everything in me, I am never lost, and he is not lost to me. The devotee who worships me abiding in all beings, holding that all is one registered trademark symbol, lives in me. However he may be living, that devotee, O Arjuna, is deemed to be the best, who looks alike on pleasure or pain, whatever it may be, in all creatures, comparing all with his own pleasure or pain. 5. Arjuna said, I cannot see, O destroyer of Madhu, how the sustained existence is to be secured of this devotion by means of equanimity which you have declared, in consequence of fickleness. 4. Copyright symbol. Krisha. The mind is fickle, boisterous register trademark symbol, Strani, and obstinate, and I think that to restrain it is as difficult as to restrain the wind. The deity said, doubtless, O you of mighty arms, the mind is difficult to restrain, and fickle still, O son of Kunti. It may be restrained by constant practice and by indifference to worldly objects. It is my belief that devotion is hard to obtain for one who does not restrain his self, but by one who is self-restrained, realizes the essential unity of everything. 2. He has access to me, and 1 am kind to him. 4 cf. Sopanishad, p. 13. Even abandoning all action, says Srira, and compare infra. p. 105. Register trademark symbol. Who believes that pleasure and pain are as much liked or disliked by others as by himself, and puts himself in fact in the place of others. Troublesome to the body, senses, and c. 7 compare. Dhammapada, stanza 33 seek. 72 Bhagwadgita. And assiduous, it can be obtained through proper expedients. Arjuna said, what is the end of him, O Kresha, who does not attain the consummation of his devotion, being not assiduous, and having a mind shaken off from devotion, though full of faith? Does he, fallen from both paths, go to ruin like a broken cloud? Being, O you of mighty arms, without support, and deluded on the path leading to the Brahman. Be pleased, O Katsha, to entirely destroy this doubt of mine, for none else than you can destroy this doubt. The deity said, O son of Prithd, neither in this world nor the next is ruin for him, for, O dear friend, none who performs good deeds comes to an evil end. Ill who is fallen from devotion attains the worlds of those who perform meritorious acts, dwells there for many a year, and is afterwards born into a family of holy and illustrious men. Or he is even born into a family of talented devotees, for such a birth as that in this world is more difficult to obtain. There he comes into contact with the knowledge which belonged to him in his former body, and then again, O descendant of Kuru, he works for perfection. Plus 4. For even though reluctant register trademark symbol, he is led away by the one. Compare p. 73 infra. The path to heaven, and that to final emancipation. Register trademark symbol. Degree kings or emperors, says Madhusudana. I.e. final emancipation. Copyright symbol, as Arjuna himself says Madhusudana. Receives instruction in knowledge, though he comes to the battlefield without any such object, hence it was said before, nothing is here abortive. CP 44. Chapter 7, 4. 73. Self-same former practice, and although he only wishes to learn devotion, he rises above the fruits of action laid down in the divine word. But the devotee, working with great efforts, and cleared of his sins, attains perfection after many births, and then reaches the supreme goal. The devotee is esteemed higher than the performers of penances, higher even than the men of knowledge, and the devotee is higher than the men of action. Therefore, copyright symbol Arjuna, become a devotee. And even among all devotees, he who, being full of faith, worships me, with his inmost self intent on me, is esteemed by me to be the most devoted. Quart of it. The deity said. Copyright symbol son of PR7THA. Now hear how you can without doubt know me fully, fixing your mind on me, and resting in me, and practicing devotion. One will now tell you exhaustively about knowledge together with experience, that being known, there is nothing further left in this world to know. Among thou sons of men, only some work for perfection. and even of those who have reached perfection, and who are assiduous, only some know me truly. Earth, water, fire, air, space, mind, understanding. One is distinguished from the others who work half-heartedly, so to say. Seep. 72. To someone in the original, i.e. knowledge of the self. Sankara says, as to the next clause, that those even who work for final emancipation must be doomed to have reached perfection. 74 by Bhagwadgita. And egoism, thus is my nature divided eightfold. But this is a lower form of my nature. Know that there is another form of my nature, and higher than this, which is animate, O you of mighty arms, and by which this universe is upheld. Know that all things have these, for their source *, Tam, the producer and the destroyer of the whole universe. There is nothing else, O Danafigaya, higher than myself. All this is woven upon me, like numbers of pearls upon a thread *. I am the taste in water, O son of Kunt. I am the light of the sun and moon. I am Om * in all the Vedas, sound * in space, and manliness in human beings. I am the fragrant smell in the earth, refulgence in the fire, Tam life in all beings, and penance register trademark symbol in those who perform penance. Know me, O son of Pr7th I, to be the eternal seed of all beings. I am the discernment of the discerning ones, and I the glory of the glorious percent. I am also the strength, unaccompanied by fondness or desire, of the strong, and, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, I am love unopposed to Pultai among all. 1. This accords with the Psychic higher philosophy. See Chapter I. Sutra 6 are of the current aphorisms. 2. Compare Infla, P. Rog. Ch. Mwedakopanishad, p. 298. Infia, p. 79. Compare Goldsteaker's Remains, f. 14, 122, Yoga. Sphitras I, 24. Register trademark symbol JE. The occult essence which underlies all these and the other qualities of the various things mentioned. JE. Power to bear the pairs of opposites. Glory here seems to mean dignity, greatness. Desire is the wish to obtain new things. Fondness is the anxiety to retain what has been obtained. The strength here spoken of, therefore, is that which is applied to the performance of one's own duties only. Lo. Indulged within the bounds allowed by the rules of the Sastras, namely, for the procreation of sons and sea only. Chapter 7, 20. 75. Beings and all entities which are of the quality of goodness, and those which are of the quality of passion and of darkness, know that they are, indeed, all from me. I am not in them, but they are in me. The whole universe deluded by these three states of mind, developed from the qualities, does not know me, who am beyond them and inexhaustible, for this delusion of mine, developed from the qualities, is divine and difficult to transcend. Those cross beyond this delusion who resort to me alone. Wicked men, doers of evil acts, who are deluded, who are deprived of their knowledge by this delusion, and who incline to the demoniac state of mind, do not resort to me. But, O Arjuna, doers of good acts, of four classes worship me. One who is distressed one who is seeking after Noli who wants wealth, and one, O chief of the descendants of Bharata, who is possessed of knowledge. Of these, he who is possessed of knowledge, who is always devoted, and whose worship is addressed to one being only, is esteemed highest. For to the man of knowledge I am dear above all things, and he is dear to me. All these are noble, but the man possessed of knowledge is deemed by me to be my own self, for he with his self devoted to abstraction has taken to me as the goal than which there is nothing higher. At the end of many lives, the man possessed of knowledge approaches me, believing that Vasudeva is everything. Such a high-souled man is very hard to find. Those who are deprived of knowledge by various desires approach other. They do not dominate over me. I rule them. 2 Infra, p. 115. 76 Bhagwadgita. Divinities, observing various regulations and controlled by their own natures, whichever form of deity any worshipper wishes to worship with faith. To that form I render his faith steady. Possessed of that faith, he seeks to propitiate the deity in that form, and obtains from it those beneficial things which he desires, though they are really given by me. But the fruit thus obtained by them who have little judgment is perishable. Those who worship the divinities go to the divinities, and my worshippers 2. Go home. The undiscerning ones, not knowing my transcendent and inexhaustible essence, than which there is nothing higher, think me, who am un perceived, to have become perceptible surrounded by the delusion of my mystic power. I am not manifest to all. This deluded world knows not me, unborn and inexhaustible. I know, O Arjuna, the things which have been, those which are, and those which are to be. But me nobody knows. All beings, O terror of your foes, are deluded at the time of birth by the delusion, O descendant of Bharata, caused by the pairs of opposites arising from desire and aversion. But the men of meritorious actions, whose sins have terminated, worship me, being released from the delusion caused by the pairs of fasts and so forth. Register trademark symbol which are the result of the actions done in previous lives. 3. And the divinities are not eternal, so the fruit obtained is ephemeral. The ignorant do not know the real divinity of Vishnu, thinking him to be no higher than as he is seen in the human form. This gives them an inadequate notion of the purity and eternity of the happiness to be obtained by worshipping him. Compare Infra, p. 83. The veil surrounding me is created by my mysterious power, and that everybody cannot pierce through. Cf. Kasha, p. 117. Chapter 8, 4. 77. Opposites, and being firm in their beliefs. Those who, resting on me, work for release from old age and death know the Brahman 3, the whole, Adhyatma, and all action. And those who know me with the Adhibata, the Adhideva, and the Adhyoga having minds devoted to abstraction, know me at the time of departure from this world. Chapter 8. Arjuna said, what is that Brahman, what the Adhyatma, and what, O best of beings, is action? And what is called the Adhibhita? And who is the Adhyagvya? And how in this body, O destroyer of Madhu? And how, too, are you to be known at the time of departure from this world, by those who restrain their selves? The deity said, the Brahman is the supreme, the indestructible. Its manifestation, as an individual self, is called the Adhyatma. The offering of an oblation to any divinity, which is the cause of the production and development of all things, is named action. The Adhibhita is all perishable things. The Adhyayvata is the primal being. And the Adhyagvya, O best of embodied beings, is I myself in this body plus asterisk concerning the supreme principle and the mode of worshipping it. To compare infia, P. Rog. Register trademark symbol, see the next chapter. Asterisk Adhyatma where it occurs before, for example P55, has been Ren. Date the relation between the supreme and individual soul. As to 78 Bhagwadgita. And he who leaves this body and departs from this world, remembering me in his last moments, comes into my essence. There is no doubt of that. Also, whichever form of deity he remembers when he finally leaves this body, to that he goes, O son of Kunti. Having been used to ponder on it, therefore, at all times remember me, and engage in battle. Fixing your mind and understanding on me, you will come to me, there is no doubt. He who thinks of the Supreme Divine Being, O son of PR/THA, with a mind not running to other objects, and possessed of abstraction in the shape of continuous meditation about the Supreme, goes to him. Who, possessed of reverence for the Supreme Being, with a steady mind, and with the power of devotion, properly concentrates the life breath between the brows asterisk, and meditates on the ancient seer, the ruler, more minute than the minutest atom asterisk, the supporter of all, who is of an unthinkable form, whose brilliance is like that of the sun, and who is beyond all darkness asterisk, he attains to that transcendent and divine being. 1% will tell you briefly about the seat, which those who know the Vedas declare to be indestructible, which is entered by ascetics from whom all desires have departed, and wishing for which people pursue the action. Compare pp. 53, 54. Adhibhla is apparently the whole inanimate creation, and Adhyagvya is the being supposed to dwell in the sun. Adhyagvya is Krishna. Compare 2 pp.113, 114. Plus some commentators say whatever thing generally, the form remembered in one's last moments would be that which had been most often meditated on during life. 2 cf. Supra, p. 67. Register trademark symbol Kasha, p. 105, Svetasvatara, p. 333. Asterisk compare Sveta and Svatara Upanishad, p. 327. Register trademark symbol Kashopanishad, p. 102. Chapter 8, 17. 79. Mode of life of Brahma Z-Arins. He who leaves the body and departs from this world, stopping up all passages and confining the mind within the heart, placing the life breath in the head, and adhering to uninterrupted meditation, repeating the single syllable Om, signifying the eternal Brahman, and meditating on me, he reaches the highest goal. To the devotee who constantly practices abstraction, O son of Pritha, and who with a mind not turned to anything else, is ever and constantly meditating on me, I am easy of access. The high-souled ones, who achieve the highest perfection, attaining to me, do not again come to life, which is transient, a home of woes *. All worlds, O Arjuna, up to the world of Brahman, are destined to return. But, O son of Kunti, after attaining to me, there is no birth again. Those who know a day of Brahman to end after 1,000 ages, and the night to terminate after 1,000 ages, are the persons. 1 as to Brahmadvrins, Sex Supra, p. 69. 2 the senses say the commentators. Might it not refer to the 9 portals at p. 65 Supra? See also, however, p. 108. *l. Thinking of nothing, making the mind cease to work. Compare Maithavupanishad, p. 179. Compare Maitreya-Upanishad, pr. 30, uninterrupted, like oil when poured out, says the commentator. 5 cf. Arundhagya Upanishad, p. 151, Mendukya, pp. 330-388. Om is all, past, present, and future, Nsimhati Apint, pp. R0. 117171, Matat, p. 140, Prasna, p. 220. On the opening passage of the Exafndogya, Sankara says, Om is the closest designation of the Supreme Being. He is pleased when it is pronounced, as people are at the mention of a favorite name. See also Max Miller. Hibbert Lectures, p. 84, Goldsticker's Remains, I. 122. *SC Infra, p. 86, and compare Suttanipata, p. 125. 7 They are only temporary, not the everlasting seats of the soul. 80 Bhagavad-Gita. Who know day and night. On the advent of day, all perceptible things are produced from the unperceived, and on the advent of night they dissolve in that same principle, called the unperceived. This same assemblage of entities, being produced again and again, dissolves on the advent of night, and, O son of Pritha, issues forth on the advent of day, without a will of its own *, but there is another entity, unperceived and eternal, and distinct from this perceived principle, which is not destroyed when all entities are destroyed. It is called the unperceived, the indestructible. They call it the highest goal. Attaining to it, none returns *, that is my supreme abode. That supreme being, copyright symbol son of Pritha. He in whom all these entities dwell *, and by whom all this is permeated, is to be attained to by reverence not directed to another. I will state the times, O descendant of Bharata, at which Devotees departing from this world, go, never to return, or to return. The fire, the flame, the day. Asterisk compare. Manu I, 73. Sankara says, that this explains why the abodes of Brahma and others are said to be not lasting. They are limited by time. As to ages, Srira says, a human year. 1 sa day and night of the gods. 12,000 years made. Of such days and nights make up the 4 ages, 1,000. Such quaternions of ages make up a day, and another 1,000. A night of Bhyama. Of such days and mghts Brahm and has 100 years to live. At the close of his life, the universe is destroyed. Asterisk compare P82 infra, also Manusmriti I, 52, and Kaladvkas. Ku. Marasam 8. Register trademark symbol compare. KA/Hopanishad, P149, and also PR2 infra. Asterisk lo. By whom, as the cause of them, all these entities are ported, compare P82 infra. Asterisk Srira understands the time when, in the sentence preceding this, 10 mean the path indicated by a deity presiding over. Chapter 9, 2/81. The bright fortnight, the 6 months of the northern solstice, departing from the world, in these, those who know the Brahman go to the Brahman. Smoke night, the dark fortnight, the 6 months of the southern solstice, dying, in these, the devotee goes to the lunar light and returns. These 2 paths, bright and dark, are deemed to be eternal in this world. Asterisk, by the one, a man goes never to return. By the other he comes back. Knowing these 2 paths, O son of Przth4. No devotee is deluded. Asterisk. Therefore at all times be possessed of devotion, O Arjuna. A devotee knowing all this, obtains all the holy fruit which is prescribed for study of the Vedas, for sacrifices, and also for penances and gifts. And he attains to the highest and primeval seat. Krapra 9. Now I will speak to you, who are not given to carping, of that most mysterious knowledge, Akam. Pay need by experience, by knowing which you will be released from evil. It is the chief among the sciences, the chief among the mysteries. It is the best means of sanctification. It is imperishable, not time, by which, and the fire flame is included in this, though having no connection with time. Sankara agrees, though he also suggests that fire means a deity presiding over time. I own I have no clear notion of the meaning of these verses. Cf. Khandogya. P 342, Brihad Framyaka Upanishad, P 1057 Seek. 1 compare. Prasna Upanishad, P 64, and Satraka Bhashaya, P 747 Seek. 2 Te, for those who are fitted for knowledge or action. T.E, does not desire heaven, but devotes himself to the Supreme Being, seeing that heavenly bliss is only temporary. Asterisk all that is stated in this chapter. 8. G. 82 Bhagavad-Gita. Opposed to the sacred law. It is to be apprehended directly one, and is easy to practice. O terror of your foes! Those men who have no faith in this holy doctrine, return to the path of this mortal world. without attaining to me. This whole universe is pervaded by me in an unperceived form. All entities live in me, but I do not live in them *, nor yet do all entities live in me. See my divine power, supporting all entities and producing all entities. Myself lives not in those entities. As the great and ubiquitous atmosphere always remains in space, know that similarly all entities live in me *. At the expiration of a kalpa, O son of Kunt, all entities enter my nature, and at the beginning of a kalpa, I again bring them forth. Taking the control of my own nature *, I bring forth again and again this whole collection of entities, without a will of its own, by the power of nature. But, O Arjuna, these actions do not fetter register trademark symbol me, who remain like one unconcerned, and who am unattached to those actions. Nature gives birth to movables and immovables through me, the supervisor, and by reason of that, O son of Kunti, the universe revolves. Deluded people of vain hopes, vain acts, vain no te, by immediate consciousness, not mediately, 3 not opposed to the sacred law, i.e. like the scion a sacrifice for destroying a foe. * Because he is untainted by anything, and therefore also the entities do not live in him, as said in the next sentence. CP 80. Supra. * As space is untainted and unaffected by the air which remains in it, so am I by the entities. Supra. P 58. Nature equals the unperceived principle. 5 CFP 80 Supra. Tam not affected by the differences in the conditions of these entities. 7 Viz. The supervision. Chapter 9, 18. 83. Leg, whose minds are disordered, and who are inclined to the delusive nature of asuras and rakshasas, not knowing my highest nature. As great Lord of all entities, disregard me as I have assumed a human body *. But the high-souled ones, O son of Pretha, who are inclined to the godlike nature, knowing me as the inexhaustible source of all entities, worship me with minds not turned elsewhere, constantly glorifying me, and exerting themselves firm in their vows for, and saluting me with reverence. They worship me, being always devoted. And others, again, offering up the sacrifice of knowledge, worship me as one, as distinct, and as all-pervading in numerous forms register trademark symbol. I am the Kray 2%, I am the Yagshya. I am the Svada, I the product of the herbs. I am the sacred verse. I too am the sacrificial butter. And I the fire, I the offering. I am the father of this universe, the mother, the creator, the grandee, the thing to be known, the means of sanctification. The syllable Om, the #74, summon, and Yagas also. The goal, the sustainer, the Lord, the supervisor, the hope, viz. that some other deity will give them what they want. Acts, vain as not offered to the supreme, knowledge, vain as are hounding in foolish doubts, and c. 2 compare p 76 Supra. 5 for a knowledge of the supreme, or for the means of such knowledge. Vows equals veracity, harmlessness, and c. 5 sacrifice of knowledge, viz. the knowledge that Vasudeva is all. As one equals believing that all is one, as distinct equals believing that sun, moon, and sea are different manifestations of me. Registered trademark symbol Kratu is a Vedic Sasyafis, Vagfya, a sacrifice laid down m. Smritis. Svad 4 equals offering to the mains, product of the herbs equals food prepared from vegetables, or medicine. 7 CFP 61 Supra. 8p, 79 Supra. G2. 84 Bhagavad-Gita. Residence, the asylum, the friend, the source, and that in which it merges, the support, the receptacle, and the inexhaustible seed. I cause heat and I send forth and stop showers. I am immortality and also death, and I, O Arjuna, am that which is and that which is not. Those who know the three branches of knowledge, who drink the summer juice, whose sins are washed away, offer sacrifices and pray to me for a passage into heaven, and reaching the holy world of the Lord of gods, they enjoy in the celestial regions the celestial pleasures of the gods. And, having enjoyed that great heavenly world, they enter the mortal world when their merit is exhausted *. Thus those who wish for objects of desire, and resort to the ordinances of the three Vedas, obtain, as the fruit, going and coming. 2. Those men who worship me, meditating on me and on no one else, and who are constantly devoted. I give new gifts and preserve what is acquired by them *. Even those, O son of Kunti, who, being devotees of other divinities worship with faith, worship me only, but irregularly *, for I am the En Joyer as well as the Lord of all sacrifices. But they know me not truly, therefore do they fall. Those who make vows * to the gods go to the gods. Lo, the seat of enjoyment, receptacle equals where things are pre-sived for future use, say the commentators. The gross and the subtle elements, or causes and effects. Degree compare Mundala-Panishad, p. 279, and Avindogya, p. 344. Cf. Dhammapada, stanza 23. i.e. attachment to the Brahman, and not returning from it. Ramanuga. Because in form they worship other divinities. Giver of the fruit. As to enjoyer. Compare p. 67 Supra. Te. Return to the mortal world. Lo. Some regulation as to mode of worship. Compare also 76 p. Supra. Chapter 9, 32. 85. Those who make vows to the mains go to the mains. Those who worship the Pitas go to the Pitas. And those likewise who worship me go to me. Who ever with devotion offers me leaf, flower, fruit, water, that, presented with devotion, I accept from him. Whose self is pure. Whatever you do, O son of Kunti, whatever you eat, whatever sacrifice you make, whatever you give, whatever penance you perform, do that as offered to me. Thus will you be released from the bonds of action, the fruits of which are agreeable or disagreeable, and with yourself possessed of this devotion, this renan, You will be released from the bonds of action, and will come to me. I am alike to all beings, to me none is hateful, none dear. But those who worship me with devotion, dwell in me, and I too in them. Even if a very ill-conducted man worships me, not worshipping anyone else, he must certainly be deemed to be good, for he has well resolved, for he soon becomes devout of heart, and obtains lasting tranquility. You may affirm, copyright symbol son of Kunti, that my devotee is never ruined. For copyright symbol son of Pritha, even those who are of sinful birth, women, Vaishyas, and Stras likewise, resorting to me, attain the supreme goal. What then need one compare p55 Supra, and other passages? For this mode of action is at once devotion and renunciation, the first, because one cares not for fruit, the second, because it is offered to the Supreme. 8. They dwell in me by their devotion to me, I dwell in them, as giver of happiness to them. Viz. That the Supreme Being alone should be reverenced. Register trademark symbol Sankara takes various and see as examples of this. Not so Stira. Compare as to women and Stras, Nrisimhatapini, 14p. Of sinful births of low birth, Srira, equals birth resulting from sins, Sankara. 86. Bhagwadgita. Be said of holy Brahmawas and royal saints who are my devotees, coming to this transient happy world, worship me. Place your mind on me, become my devotee, my worshipper, reverence me, and thus making me your highest goal, and devoting yourself to abstraction, you will certainly come to me. Chapter X. Yet again, O you of mighty arms, listen to my excellent register trademark symbol words, which, out of a wish for your welfare, I speak to you who are delighted with them. Not the multitudes of gods, nor the great sages know my source, for I am in every way the origin of the gods and great sages. Of all mortals, he who knows me to be unborn, without beginning, the great Lord of the world, being free from delusion, is released from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from delusion, forgiveness, truth, restraint of senses, tranquility, pleasure, pain, birth, death, fear, and also security, harmlessness, equability, contentment, penance, making, gifts, glory, disgrace. All these different tempers of living beings are from me alone. The 7 great sages, and likewise the 4 ancient Manus whose descendants are all these people in the world, were all born from my 1. Compare p79 Supra. As referring to the Supreme Soul. As creator, as moving agent in workings of the intellect, and c. The names are not always names of tempers but the corresponding temper must be understood. Register trademark symbol. The words are also otherwise construed, the 4 ancients. Sanaka, Sanandana, Santana, Sanatkumra, and the Manus. According to the later mythology the Manus are 14. Chapter X, 16. 87. Mind, partaking of my powers. Whoever correctly knows these powers and emanations of mine, becomes possessed of devotion free from indecision. Of this, there is no doubt. The wise, full of love to worship me, believing that I am the origin of all, and that all moves on through me, placing their minds on me, offering their lives to me, instructing each other, and speaking about me, they are always contented and happy. To these, who are constantly devoted, and who worship with love, I give that knowledge by which they attain to me, and, remaining in their hearts, I destroy, with the brilliant lamp of knowledge, the darkness born of ignorance. In such men, only, out of compassion for them, Arjuna said, "You are the supreme Brahman, the supreme goal, the holiest of the holy." All sages, as well as the divine sage Narada, Asita *, Devala, and Vyasa, call you the eternal being, divine, the first God, the UN born, the all-pervading. And so, too, you tell me yourself, O Kesava. I believe all this that you tell me to be true, for, O Lord, neither the gods nor demons understand your manifestation *, you only know yourself by yourself. O best of beings, Creator of all things, Lord of all things, God of gods, Lord of the universe, be pleased to declare without exception your divine emanations, by which emana one by the mere operation of my thought. As to ancients, compare Aitaryadranyaka, p. 136. 2 Satikra renders the word here by perseverance in pursuit of truth. Anandajayari calls Asita father of Devala. See also David's Buddhism, p. 185, Muller's ANC. Sangsk. Lit. p. 463. Still in human form for the good of the gods and the destruction of demons. 88 Bhagwadgita. Shins you stand pervading all these worlds. How shall I know you, O you of mystic power? Always meditating on you. And in what various entities, O Lord, should I meditate on you? Again, O Gandhana, do you yourself declare your powers and emanations, because hearing this nectar, I still feel no satiety. The deity said, well then, O best of Kauravas, I will state to you my own divine emanations, but only the chief ones, for there is no end to the extent of my sent nations. I am the Self, O Godvkisa, seated in the hearts of all beings *%. I am the beginning and the middle and the end also of all beings. Vishvu. Among the Adityas *, the beaming sun among the shining bodies, Tam Mariatai among the Maruts 4. And the moon among the lunar mansions *, among the Vedas, I am the Samaveda * register trademark symbol, I am Indra among the gods. And I am mind among the senses. I am consciousness in living beings. And I am Sankara * among the Rudras, the Lord of wealth degree among Yakshas and Rakshasis. And I am fire among the Vajas, and Meru among the high-topped mountains, and know me, Q Arjuna. 2. To know you fully being impossible, what special manifestation of you should we resort to for our meditations? 7 p.m. 129 Infra. Aditya 1s used in the Veda chiefly as a general epithet for Number of solar deities. Max Miller, Hibbert Lectures. p. 264. Asterisk the storm gods, as Max Miller calls them. Degree compare. Satanipata, Pira. Asterisk as being, probably, full of music. Asterisk compare. K. Chandogya, pr. 21, where Sankara says, minding the chief of man's inner activities. Asterisk now the third member of our Trinity. Kubra. Copyright symbol. The Golden Mount. Chapter X, 30. 89. Bibhaspati, the chief among domestic priests. I am Skanda among generals. I am the ocean among reservoirs of water. I am Pisgu among the great sages. J am the single syllable, om asterisk, among words. Among sacrifices I am the Gapar sacrifice register trademark symbol. The Himalaya among the firmly fixed mountains. The Asvatha asterisk among all trees, and Narada among divine sages, Itaratha among the heavenly chorus. Tas, the sage Kapila among the siddhas asterisk. Among horses know me to be Uzi Asravas asterisk, brought forth by the labors for the nectar and Advaita among the great elephants, and the ruler of men among men. I am the thunderbolt among weapons, the wish-giving cow among cows. And I am love, which generates asterisk. Among serpents I am Vyajuki. Among Naga register trademark symbol snakes I am Ananta, I am Varuva. Among aquatic beings. And I am Ariman among the mains, and Yama, among rulers. Among demons. 2. 1 am Pralada. I am the king of death, Kala. Time, among those that count. Among beasts I. 1 compare. Sutanipata, Piraz. 3 Vidi p. 79 Supra. Register trademark symbol Gapar is the silent meditation. Madhusvadana says it is superior, owing to its not involving the slaughter of any animal, and c. Asterisk the fig tree. It is the symbol of life in chapter 15 Infra. 5 Those who even from birth are possessed of piety, knowledge, indifference to the world, and superhuman power. Compare. Svet. Svatara Upanishad, p. 357. 6 This is Indra's horse, brought out at the churning of the oxen. Airadvaita is Indra's elephant. Asterisk compare. Satanipata, p. 121. Asterisk J not the merely carnal passion. Compare p. 74 Supra. Register trademark symbol Nagas are without poison, says Siddhara. Varuma is the sea god. 10 Yama is death, and Praldada the virtuous demon for whom Vishnu became incarnate as the man-lion. As to manes, SCE. Goldsteaker's remains, I. 133. 1 asterisk counts the number of men's sins, Ramanuga, Siftara says. 90 Bhagavad-Gita. RN. Am the lord of beasts, and the son of Venata among birds. I am the wind among those that blow. 1. Amar and Mar asterisk among those that wield weapons. Among fishes I am Makara, and Amorni streams. The Ganavi register trademark symbol, of created things I am the Hesian. Nink and the end and the middle also, O Arguna. Among sciences, I am the science of the Adhyatma. And I am the argument of controversialists. Among letters I am the letter A, and among the group of compounds the copulative compound. I myself am time inexhaustible, and I the Creator whose faces are in all directions. I am Death who seizes all, and the source of what is to be. And among females, fame, register, trademark, symbol, fortune, speech, memory, intellect, courage, forgiveness. Likewise among summon hymns, I am the Bhad summon, register, trademark, symbol, and I the Gayatri. Among meters, I am Margasirsha. Among the months, the spring. This refers to time, with its divisions into years, months and sea. While a little further on it means time eternal. Asterisk te, the Garuda or eagle, who is the vehicle of Vishnu in Hindu mythology. Asterisk those who have the capacity of motion, says Ramanuja. Asterisk the hero of the Hindu epos, Ramayasa, translated into verse by Mr. R.T.H. Fifths. Asterisk the dolphin. The Ganges. Degree that letter is supposed to comprehend all language. Cf. 8 Aryadrazika, p. 346, and another text there cited Lai Madhava. In his commentary, p. 348. Asterisk this is said to be the best, because all its members are coordinate with one another, not one depending on another. Register, trademark, symbol, lo. The deities of fame, and c. Asterisk c, as to this, Myor, Sanskrit texts, volume I, 16p. Sankara says this hymn relates to final emancipation. Copyright symbol compare. Arandogya Upanishad, p.181, where Sankara nays, see Ayatat, is the chief meter, because it is the means to a knowledge of the Brahman. It is the meter of the celebrated verse, in the 8. Savicha and Cent. Chapter X, 42. GT. Among the seasons, of cheats, 1 am the game of dice, I am the glory of the glorious, I am victory. I am industry, I am the goodness of the good. I am Vasudeva among the descendants of Vshai, and Arguna among the Pasdevas. Among sages. Also, 1 am Vyasa asterisk, and among the discerning ones. I am the discerning Usanas asterisk. I am the rod of those that restrain, and the policy register, trademark, symbol of those that desire victory. I am silence respecting secrets. I am the knowledge of those that have knowledge. And, O Arguna, I am also that which is the seed of all things. There is nothing movable or immovable which can exist without me. O terror of your foes, there is no end to my divine emanations. Here I have declared the extent of those emanations only in part. Whatever thing there is of power, or glorious, or splendid, know all that to be produced from portions of my energy. Or rather, O Arguna, what have you to do, knowing all this at large? I stand supporting all this by but a single portion of myself, registered, trademark, symbol. 1 cf. Khandogya Upanishad, p.126. Margasirsha is November. December. Madhustidana says this is the best month, as being neither too hot nor too cold, but see Shlajals Bhagwadgita, ed. Lassen, p. 276. Register, trademark, symbol, one of Krishna's ancestors. 5 The compiler of the Vedas. Asterisk the preceptor of the deities or demons. A work on politics is ascribed to him. Register, trademark, symbol, making peace, bribing, and c. Asterisk compare. Purushastikta, Myor, Sanskrit texts, volviii, p9. 92 Bhagwadgita. Chapter 11. Arjuna said, in consequence of the excellent and mysterious words concerning the relation of the Supreme and individual soul, which you have spoken for my welfare, this delusion of mine is gone away. O you, whose eyes are like lotus leaves, I have heard from you at large about the production and dissolution of things, and also about your inexhaustible greatness, O highest Lord. What you have said about yourself is so. I wish, O best of beings, to see your divine form. If, O Lord, you think that it is possible for me to look upon it, then, O Lord of the possessors of mystic power, show your inexhaustible form to me. The deity said, in hundreds and in thousands see my forms, O son of Pr7Tha, various, divine, and of various colors and shapes. See the Adityas, Vajas, Rudras, the two Asvins, and Maruts likewise, and Odissan, Dant of Bharata. See wonders, in numbers, unseen before, within my body, O Gudaksa. See today the whole universe, including everything, movable and immovable, all in one, and whatever else you wish to see. But you will not be able to see me with merely this eye of yours. I give you an sight divine. Now, see my divine power. Saphagaya said. Having spoken thus, Zero King Hari, the great Madhustidana takes power to mean capacity of becoming small or great, of obtaining what is wanted, and c. The so-called 8 Pittas. Chapter 11, 17. 93. Lord of the possessors of mystic power, then showed to the son of Pitta his supreme divine form, having many mouths and eyes, having, within it, many wonderful sights, having many celestial ornaments, having many celestial weapons held erect, wearing celestial flowers and vestments, having an anointment of celestial perfumes, full of every wonder, the infinite deity with faces in all directions. If in the heavens, the luster of 1,000 suns burst forth all at once, that would be like the luster of that mighty one. There the son of Pandu then observed in the body of the God of gods the whole universe, all in one, and divided into numerous divisions. Then Danaphigaya filled with amaze meant, and with hair standing on end, bowed his head before the god, and spoke with joined hands. Arjuna said, copyright symbol God. One see within your body the gods, as also all the groups of various beings, and the Lord Brahman seated on his lotus seat, and all the sages and celestial snakes. I see you, who are of countless forms, possessed of many arms, stomachs, mouths, and eyes on all sides. And, O Lord of the universe, copyright symbol you of all forms, I do not see your end or middle or beginning. I see you bearing a coronet and a mace, and a discus, a mass of glory, brilliant on all sides, difficult to look at, having on 1 CLPGE Supra. Sankara explains it as meaning pervading everything. The expression occurs in the Nrisimhatapiniyapani Shad, p. 50, where it is said, as, without organs, it sees, hears, goes, takes from all sides, and pervades everything. Therefore it has frees on all sides. 2. Odds, mains, men, and so forth. 94 Bhagwadgita. All sides the effulgence of a blazing fire or sun, and indefinable. You are indestructible, the supreme one to be known. You are the highest support of this universe. You are the inexhaustible protector of everlasting piety. One believe you to be the eternal being. I see you void of beginning, middle, end, tilde, of infinite power, of unnumbered arms, having the sun and moon for eyes, having a mouth like a blazing fire, and heating the universe with your radiance. For this space between heaven and earth and all the quarters are pervaded by you alone. Looking at this wonderful and terrible form of yours, O high-souled one, the three worlds are affrighted. For here these groups of gods are entering into you. Some being afraid are praying with joined hands, and the groups of great sages and siddhas are saying welfare, and praising you with abundant hymns of praise. The Rudras and Adityas, the Vajas, the Sadoyas, the Visvas, the two Asvins, the Maruts, and the Ushmapas, and the groups of Gandharvas, Yakshas, demons, and Siddhas are all looking at you amazed, secking your mighty form, with many mouths and eyes, with many arms, thighs, and feet, with many stomachs, and fearful with many jaws. All people, and I likewise, are much alarmed, O you of mighty arms. Seeing you, O Vishnu, touching the skies, radiant, possessed of many hues, with a gaping mouth, ANC, with large blazing eyes, 1 am much alarmed in my inmost self, and feel no courage, no tranquility. Asterisk. The words are the same as at p94 infra, where see the Nate. Asterisk. Seeing signs of some great cataclysm, they say, may it be well with the universe, and then proceed to pray to you.